All right, we'll call this meeting to order. The Hartford Selectboard on Tuesday, September 20th, 6 p.m. And Mike is not able to join us this evening, so I'm going to be running this meeting this evening. So we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Is there someone who would like to lead us?
I'll gladly do that. I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Any changes, or sorry, nothing before us for the local liquor control board. Any changes or comments on the order of agenda this evening?
Well, Rocket is not here, but I think he may have suggested that he wanted to table or take the open container item off the.
That's what I heard as well. So I think there's a potential that we will take that off. We're not positive since Rocket isn't here quite yet, but that was what I heard as well. So we'll postpone that most likely to another meeting.
Sure.
Yes.
I'd talked to Mike earlier last week about an item that I wanted to bring up under agenda item, but because he's not here, I'm going to table that as well. So
okay.
And Rocket has his hand.
Okay.
Rocket, do you want to go ahead?
He's not a participant. Oh. He's not a.
Rocket just audience there.
Oh, no, can we bring him as a panelist? Sorry. Hold on, Rocket.
Oh, there you go.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yes, it is true that I did want to withdraw the agenda item for open container for this meeting.
Okay, thanks, Rocket.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I don't know. I have no knowledge.
Rocket, are you going to be joining us for the rest of the meeting?
No, I'm having to call in remote today.
But you will be joining us. You will be
Yes,
participating.
I will be participating in the meeting, correct. I've been on the Zoom, but just not as a panelist from the start.
Do you want your video up, Rocket?
My camera on this computer is really bad, so I just turned it off.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else for order of agenda, folks? All right. We're going to start with public comment. We'll probably do about 10 minutes of public comment. If it goes longer than that, 10 or 15 minutes, then we will do that after we do the rest of the agenda. I'd like to remind people that to please state your name, your town. You have 5 minutes to speak, and we have a clock here so you can monitor yourself as you speak. We'll start with people in the room, and then we'll go to people on Zoom. So is there anyone in the room who wants to come up? Come on up.
My name is John Granger. I live in Wilder, and what I'm coming to you guys today is about the speed problem we have through the village from basically Chandler Road to Colonial Drive. And we've got 12 elementary school kids that get picked up from Horseshoe Ave to Frost Park. And I witnessed somebody passing on the left through that area, somebody not stopping for the school bus, and then just an overall speed problem. Contacted HPD. Dan Salamita, who's the traffic enforcement officer, agrees that there's an issue through there. So I'm coming to you to see if we can get the speed limit lowered to 25 and see if we can get a weight limit to the road. Because we've got 18 wheelers coming through there going to the business parks up by Dothan Brook School, King Arthur Flower. And they're doing the speed limit 30 miles an hour. But the shoulder is less than 3 feet between the roadway and the sidewalk. And I was out there yesterday with the 6 kids at the bus stop. One kid's on the granite curb, less than 3 feet from traffic as cars are going faster than the speed limit around the corner in front of Horseshoe Ave. And it's just not safe. And so here I am in front of you. I believe I've done as much research as I can figure out. I think the select board has to go to the state to ask them to lower the speed limit. When the precedent has been set in other communities around us, Norwich has 25 miles an hour Route 5, Windsor has 25 miles an hour Route 5, and Woodstock has 25 miles an hour Route 4. So I think it's something to be considered.
Yes, Mike.
Yeah, thank you, John, for approaching us with that. One of the things that we can approach the state about lowering the speed limit. However, the weight limit, I think, is something that's going to be a really hard push. That's a state highway. And it is a major route of travel for vehicles that end up going up the industrial park and stuff. So yes, I believe we could check into the speed limit aspect for you, but weight limits, I don't think that's going to be something that's going to be easily changed, because there's really no good way around that. But I'm going to see if maybe we can ask the town manager to look at what the process might be for that.
Yeah, the best thing to do would be to email me and Jeremy Delisle, the interim public works director, so we can actually look at that road and have it evaluated for what we need to do. And then we can bring that to the select board, and they can vote on that change if that's within their authority. But that's the first step, is to have public works take a look at the road and see what we need to do.
Okay. Great, yeah, I can find all the information on the town website, your contact, obviously.
Yep. If you Google town manager and my name, it'll come up.
We can also provide that for you if you stick around.
Okay,
Good.
Great.
Tracy, would you keep separate the idea that, has been also proposed about Christian Street and the heavy truck traffic and what that's doing to the roads? And it also even mentions Chandler Road, so. It was, it wasn't on an email, and they're wiping out, they're not able to make some turns, so they're
Yes.
wiping out road, ruining curves and guardrails and things like that.
Yeah, Christian Street's a road that we have the control over to lower speed limit and to weight limits as well. So we have, because it is a town highway, we do have control over that one.
Thanks, John. Thank you.
Stand by, John. I'll give you that information if you want.
Thanks, Lanny.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
How many hands up?
Yes, Marcy Bartlett, you can go ahead if you're.
Hey there, Marcy Bartlett here from Wilder. Thanks for letting me speak. I wasn't planning on speaking about what this gentleman had to say, but I could certainly echo the concern about speed through Route 5. I'm sorry, sir, I don't know who you are, but a little bit of a backstory.
You just cut out, Marcy.
I'm sorry. Did I do it?
Hold on.
So much for technology.
Am I here?
Marcy, just hold on 1 second. We're fixing the connection. So if you're speaking, we can't hear you yet. We'll let you
Okay.
back.
Yep.
Still.
Hello?
Hang tight, Marcy.
I'm hanging.
Okay.
Okay, if you're ready, try again. We'll let you know if we can hear you.
Hey, it's me. Should I tap dance now?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay, all right. So yeah, thank you for this gentleman's remarks about that stretch of Route 5. A bit of backstory that I was part of was the installation of 2 speed limit flashing things that makes you know when you're over 30 miles an hour. One on Route 5 South, just above the S curves there, was moved to be right by Hathorne Surveys, thinking that's where people gather steam to pick up speed again. And that seems to have been a difference. And I personally benefit from the reminder, and I do try to obey the limit. Coming from the other direction, that same speed limit sign is closer to the actual village than it could be. It could be bumped farther towards A Street as it approaches the area you're speaking of, sir. And that, I don't know how feasible that would be. The 30 miles an hour, if you live along this road, you know that even that's kind of a joke, because people just ride your back bumper if you do 30. And I'm fine with that. They need to smell the roses, but it doesn't mean everybody cares to obey that. And when you have young children waiting for a school bus, thank God there's a grown-up there, but it is a concern.
Thank you, Marcy. Any?
Tracy, if nothing more, can we look at the possibility of getting our speed trailer posted up there in Route 5 in Wilder.
Yeah, let me ask Dan Salamita, who's the traffic
Yeah, I
bureau
mean, it's
leader.
a good initial step. We have that, might as well put it to use. Thank you.
Feels good. Good. Doesn't look like there's any more public comment, so we will go to select board comments, announcements. Anything?
Yeah, something that I've been thinking about how to approach this all day long. First off, I want the general public and all our employees of the town of Hartford to know how much I do care about all our employees and their well-being. I was a little disappointed to see on Facebook that we had an officer that actually ended up was hurt from our police department. And I kind of feel a little powerless here to be able, as a select board member and a leader of this community, to be able to support our employees, be they in any department of the town, and without knowing that they're injured. And it's not only this, we had an officer involved in an accident with cruiser, and that came out through social media. And it's just a little distressing when I find out about this stuff through social media. And it's our job as select board members not to manage the personnel in the town of Hartford, but it's our job to care about their welfare and to care about their well-being and let them know that we want to do all we can towards retention. And that means letting them know that we are concerned about them in times of crisis like this. And I'm not sure what our vehicle currently is to allow the select board to know what's happening with incidents such as this, but I think there's definite room for improvement because our employees need to know that we support them, and that even though we are facing a staffing shortage in town, we do appreciate everything that they're doing for us, and that we're supportive of their needs. And when they're hurt, that we need to we need to know that they're injured and what that affects for staffing for the rest of our staff. And we also need to be able to reach out on a personal level, not a town of Hartford level, but on a personal level, and let them know that we care about them. So I'm not sure if Tracy, you could open up the lines of communication a little bit better to know. And it's not there doesn't have to be names involved so much, but I mean, I know the names, but I'm not going to discuss it here.
And sometimes people are really private about what they're going through, and I know that social media in a small town can make that difficult. But sometimes people don't want that shared, their injury or their illness or what's going on. And if it doesn't rise to the level of a press release, we really try to listen to those folks and know if they want us to push that information out, or if they would prefer that we not. And I try to listen to the individuals involved on if they want more people to know, or if not. I get it. Some people are private, some people don't mind. It just really depends on how that individual person and their department head feel about whether or not this rises to the level of a press release. So, we've had major incidences where we've had injuries, and we've needed to rise that to the level of a press release, or whether that's something that the staff would like to not have elevated. The problem is that we have social media now, and people like to gossip. People like to be in the know. People want to spread it on Facebook or wherever. And that can be difficult for the employee, because then they feel like they didn't get that chance to privacy. So that's hard, because I want to respect that. And then the rest of you appreciate that as well, that people might not want me to do a push out of a formal.
I completely understand the privacy that some people want, but I think as leaders of our community, it's vital for us to know that we're facing crisis within our town, and that our employees are facing crisis. And it can be stressed to us that that this wishes to remain a private concern. But I think it's important for the select board to know, so that we can deal with potential for staffing issues if we have to, and B, let these people know that we are very concerned about them, because every single employee in this town of Hartford, I'm very concerned about, and I want to make sure they're Posterity in town of Hartford, and they're, you know, they have longevity and that they're taken care of and their needs are met. And I can't do that. And so I feel helpless. And I really think that there has to be a way that we can, as a select board on a leadership level, be informed of issues like this. It doesn't have to be in the press release. It doesn't have to go out, but it can go out in a confidential email to say that, look, we've had an incident involving an officer, and it ends at that. So I think it's important for us to know and for us to support our people.
Let me think about how we can manage that a little bit, but while also holding that line of the department heads make those decisions at times with their employees in terms of what is even reportable to myself. You know, sometimes there are issues that go on that don't even rise to my level at that point.
Rocket, if you want to speak, will you raise your hand and then we'll take your comment? I think your mic was on. Okay, go ahead, Rocket.
Thank you, Kim. That's a good system. I just wanted to chime in on that last thing and say, I think it would just be helpful. I agree with Lanny that if it's going to be something that rises to the level that it's going to be, posted on public social media, that it would just benefit the select board to have a policy or a practice in place from the town manager to just inform us that an employee was injured in the line of service or just injured in the course of their normal duties. I don't think there's any need for us to know who that individual is or the details of that, but at least just for us to be apprised of pretty significant issues like that. As far as my comment goes towards the town, I just want to thank the community again for allowing me to serve this wonderful town. It's a great honor, and I'm happy to be here.
Thanks, Rocket. What else?
Several weeks ago, there was a climate discussion that was hosted by Vince and Queechee. It was very well attended. Rocket was there as well. Speakers were Bill McKibben. Some of you may know him as Professor Emeritus of Middlebury College, and he's written several books about climate. Peter Welch was there to answer questions, as well as Becca Balin. But it was a great turnout, and it was fun to be able to go there early and see the tree canopy and some of the other things. They opened it to us for free of charge an hour early before the talk. And also, I know quite a few members attended the VLCT control board, cannabis control board training webinar, since that will be on our plates very soon.
Thanks, Mary. Do you have anything?
No.
All right, so that will bring us to appointments, and we have none this evening. So we'll go over to the town manager report. So Tracy, when you're ready.
All right, Mary stole my thunder a little bit, but thank you to all of you who attended the VLC webinar on cannabis regulations. I think we got some good questions answered and also helped them understand some places where they're struggling to answer questions and where kind of as a local agency, our heads are at in terms of complying with all of this. Our next step internally is a local license application and have that ready for people. I can anticipate that we'll have some of these in our second meeting of October. We're in the middle of internal budget prep right now. So this is the packet is being kind of worked on and finalized in an ad hoc manner in my office right now. So I think we're going to be looking at that right towards the second meeting of October. Kind of the big news from the state level is liquor licenses are now going through an online portal. And that's going to be a little bit of a different internal process for us from the clerk's office. Where you all come in is there will likely be rolling renewals. So no matter when they come in, currently all licenses expire on the same date. So we have this big push throughout the year. We're still going to have that big push for quite some time probably, but eventually people will be able to, if they have their license accepted on February 15th, their renewal date will be February 14th. So we'll have less of those giant oh my gosh, everybody's getting it in right before the deadline pushes, which can help us manage our workload a lot better. In addition, tobacco licenses will now be coming before you for review and approval. And the clerk's office is still learning more about exactly what that process looks like. Those do come currently through the Department of Liquor and Lottery. So we can assume that that's not reinventing the wheel like we all have been with cannabis. The police chief search round 2 should be opening within the next week. And we're going to close that after the International Association of Chiefs of Police National Conference in late October. That way, all those folks are in a room together and we can hopefully get some more people at the ISCP table. All of the original members of the advisory group are willing and able to remain for round 2. And we'll be adding another person, which we're finalizing right now. Many thanks to those. It's a little bit of a wacky process because interviews come when they come and people have to be available to that. Like I said, budget season is here. We are meeting, me and the finance director and department heads, through our proposed budget for you all. We'll have our first overview and release of the draft budget books on October 4th. And we'll be working on showing you what our initial asks are for reserve funding to get projects completed around town. And maybe on the 4th, maybe not, depends on how the next week and a half goes for all of us. Preliminary work on future bonding opportunities. That's a little bit of a stretch goal. So I don't know if that's going to happen, but if not, we can have that conversation later in October. Finally, I just am really excited that next week we're going to spend another Tuesday together with the Joint Housing Summit. I don't know exactly what they're calling it, but the boards of Hartford and Lebanon will be participating in the first interstate joint housing discussion between 2 elected local bodies. I have spoken, again, I keep reiterating this, I've spoken to a number of individuals. They're all very excited that you all and Lebanon are willing to come out, sit together and really have a conversation about housing and how it affects our joint communities. Last week, I was at the Vital Communities Corporate Council, which has leaders from businesses around the Upper Valley. I was there as well as Sean Mulholland from Lebanon and a few other town managers. They are excited. They're excited to have Hartford and Lebanon talking together, working together and collaborating on this. They know that we're struggling with housing. They're struggling with workforce. We're all in this together, both public and private sectors. And many thanks to Vital Communities and New Hampshire Listens. I'm really excited about this collaboratively. I'm really excited that we're going to have a conversation together about what we're all doing to solve a problem that has so many outside constraints and outside factors that we cannot control. So just keep reiterating my thanks. You'll see some special budget meetings are coming up. We'll start those on October 11th. And we're still working on exact who's going when. Happy to answer any questions about SIG acts or anything else that's going on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Tracy. Just wondering about the police advisory committee, because I know there was some kind of wondering about if there's a way to diversify who's on that committee. I think some of that was maybe coming from some members of HQuarrie and some members of the community. And, you know, I respect that you have ownership over this process. And also, I'm sure that's also why another person's being added. So this is just wondering if there's any space to add a few more folks just with regard to, you know, those who might be most directly kind of interacting with police and might have a really kind of strong perspective to add to that committee.
They're sitting at about 12 people right now. And that's kind of when we tip over the level into a lot of cooks in the kitchen. So I am working on this additional person who I think is going to be a good addition to the group. And I'm haven't confirmed that. So that's why you're not hearing me be very specific. I want to make sure that the group is able to still have a conversation together, and we have to do these mostly by Zoom. So at this point, we're actually on 2 screens at Zoom, and it's becoming, it's a big lift to get all of those voices together over a 2-hour period. But I'm happy to have a chat hear your thoughts and see if we can work something out. And have a longer chat about that.
Sure, yeah, I can email you. Thanks, Tracy.
And I'm happy to step down, which I've offered if it means, opening it up to another diverse member.
Okay,
Like that's on the table.
okay,
So, yeah.
okay.
I mean, I'm really interested and prefer to participate, but also more than happy to step back.
Definitely once the dust clears in the next 12 hours on some of my workload things, I will be giving that some thought.
When you do finalize that list, you will make that a public.
It sits on the town manager's page of the website right now too. And we usually end up thanking everybody individually.
Okay.
Go ahead, Rocket.
On this note, if the hearsay is true that the state's attorney was interested in being on the committee, I would personally love to see that revisited because I think it makes natural sense to have the state's attorney involved in that process if he's interested.
So one of the conflicts on that is the state's attorney does have a variety of roles where they could be perceived as having a conflict of interest if they wanted to, if they were seen as having had insight into how someone was hired, and there is conflict in that. So there's a little bit more cautious about having somebody who works in that role have a level of authority, but I haven't seen Ward in a while and he always offers me the great mint tea that he has. So I'm happy to touch base with him as well.
Okay, thanks. Just for the record, the SIGAX, the town clerk's
Thank you, Kim.
portion, yeah, that says the BCA abatement hearing is on August 26th, but
Say
it's
that.
September 26th.
Thanks, Kim. Okay, so I think we are ready for the 2022 encumbrances.
I'm going to turn it over to Gail.
Great, thanks.
Hi, everybody. Gail Ostro, Finance Director. This is an annual process that we do basically for transparency. As we know, the budget is under control of the town manager. So just going to let you know what we need for 22 encumbrances. Kim, you had a couple questions. I can answer them for you. I didn't want to go into too much detail because, it's like this thick. So
Yeah.
I can give you an overview of what the encumbrances cover, some of the major things. A lot of them are smaller items. As you all know, we're still trying to overcome and return back to a normal life cycle of not dealing with supply and demand issues, vendor issues. So we have a lot of projects that have been taking a little bit longer than what we had anticipated. So that's kind of the bigger pieces of it. So I'll just touch on your questions first. You had wanted to know about contracted services and for paving. And so just to give you a rundown of the amount that's included in the 2,601,000 and change for 2 years, for multiple years. So it not only includes the FY22, but it also includes the prior years for projects that we're carrying forward. I did include a breakdown of just the summary of each department or expense. So you had asked about paving, Kim. We encumbered $237,500 for paving. That's included in there. And there's obviously all of these items that are listed here either have contracts, they're in process, or we're in the process of signing them. It's a delayed situation. It also includes $128,000 for sidewalks. 72,000 of that is for the recent grant that Lori Hirschfield in the planning department had applied for and we were granted for, and the town needed 72,000 for a town match. And that's
The one we talked about with the CIP last week.
I haven't,
Route 5 to Arboretum, right? I mean, is that the one to Arboretum?
it's
Ballard Vale Drive to Arboretum Drive, is that correct?
so for this particular one, it's Route 5 North Heartland Road sidewalk.
Yeah.
And I do know that we had
that's the-
several questions on the CIP, which I believe that the town manager is working with the department heads to get some clarification because I had some confusion as well. But for this particular one, this is a new encumbrance for this year for the town matching funds.
That's the
We
one.
Yeah, we're gonna be able to get 72,000 of the whatever.
That is the one I was, yeah.
We have to match something.
Sorry, there was too
Sorry.
many people talking. I had
Yeah,
no idea
sorry.
what you were saying. Also included in the encumbrances an additional 56,000 for town match for sidewalks, which is a multi-year project, and we've been carrying that for a couple of years. So to answer your question, for paving, 237,500, and then for the town match, for the sidewalk projects that are in motion right now, or have assigned grants for them, is 128,000. We also still have the Fairview Terrace in there that we're carrying, which was from a couple of years ago, and that still has $78,000 available on it that we're encumbering, which will be added to the 100,000 that's in the current year, fiscal year 23 that we're in. A few of the other bigger items is equipment. I think that the town manager, and you probably have heard from other department heads, we're waiting, like we place the orders, and we're just waiting for the equipment. And so we've signed the contracts, signed the purchase orders, sales orders. We have to keep that money aside because eventually we're hopeful that we're gonna get that equipment. A couple of other things, the HCRS contract, we encumbered those funds to make sure that we have funding to carry it forward, to finish out that contract. And then we have all of the items that we had talked about when we were writing the 23 budget that we were going to be able to pay for by salary savings. And so that included a lot of lease payments. Excuse me. Included lease payments, and also the public safety server upgrade, speed trailer, message board, the Narcan, true Narcan. So those are the bigger pieces. Those are like ones that are in excess of 100,000. The rest of them are a lot of little things that add up to what we're working on.
Can I follow up?
Good.
So thank you for that. And it's helpful. Like, I guess what I was I wasn't necessarily specifically asking for which sidewalks and which paving, but like which things on this list would not have a specific, like, for example, things like postage and building heat and marketing, like things that don't necessarily have, like if we didn't spend it last year, we're going to spend going forward. So how will that impact the 24 budget in terms of if we're bringing these forward to the 23 budget, right? So
That is correct.
so if we had already, if the voters have already approved, say just for round numbers, $60,000 in postage, and then we have encumbered from 22 $2,000 in postage. So now we have $62,000 in postage. So in theory, in 24, can we say, well, we might only need 58,000 in postage, or like, I mean, it's bringing forward, and if it doesn't have a specific contract or purchase order attached to it, can that be considered for the 24 budget?
So that's a great question. So how it works is when we do the encumbrance process, I meet with each one of the department heads. They send in a request of the items that they need. So as far as the postage goes, there's the unknown whether or not we're going to need to mail ballots. And I don't want anybody hanging on that one specific thing. I'm just giving that as an example. Speaking with some of the department heads, they do have an increased postage. And so that they're planning on using, they're thinking for the 23, and maybe things that they're working on, things that they have. Would it affect your 24 budget? No, it shouldn't affect your 24 budget, because the funds that we're using, that we're asking to have encumbered, with the exception of the really big projects like the sidewalk projects, we know may cover multiple years. We know that the paving may not all be done in that 1 year. The equipment, if we don't get the delivery of the equipment, we're still waiting on some that we ordered May of this year. So those items, those we may request to encumber again. The other items that are listed on here should be fully executed as long as we can return to somewhat of a normal life. As far as the heating fuel goes, and there's gas on there, gas for vehicles and diesel as well. Seeing the prices that we've seen, we would end up, if we did not encumber something there, the 23 budget would be blown out of the water before we even get to, January. And then what do? We are faced with having to cut out things that are really needed. So those are some items that, do they have a contract for them? No, they don't have one, but we know that based on the usage of what we're having, we didn't budget enough money in 23 to cover some of these expenses that we're seeing coming forward. Does that make sense?
It does, and I'm obviously as one who's working on the budget, I'd rather have, not come in under budget, but obviously as someone who's serving taxpayers, we also don't want to have excess funds. And so I think it's that balance, and also just relating it to the discussion around what we take out of public works and the paving fund, that it's a go-to. And so there is part of me that often wonders, is the paving fund just padded or has enough funds in it that we can use it as a reserve to take out when we need other things for? And if so, I guess that brings me down to okay, so what I am curious to know at some point, what are the projected paving projects that we allocate funds for, and what's the realistic timeline of when they would be done? Even though I realize that can change at any time, that's a almost unanswerable question, but what are the that 1,059,933, what is that supposed to be for specifically? I obviously don't need this tonight, but I think throughout the budget process, it would help me and maybe other board members understand more, just when we say $1 million for paving, what does that actually mean? That would be helpful.
I think that two things. First off, we're going to work on that for you all when it comes up. And the other interesting thing that I'm learning about coming to a smaller community is there are only 3 paving companies, one of which predominantly works for the state of Vermont. So if we ask them if they're interested in bidding on our paving, they usually ignore us. There's a second one. And, I believe that the quality of work is not up to where the highway department would prefer our work. And there's one game in town. And so as we've struggled with that person getting people to do adequate work, and this has been forthcoming since before COVID, because it's an industry that's not doing so well. And it's a family-run company. It's becoming harder and harder for us to get good, strong contracts with good, strong work behind them. What the solution is, I don't know, because there's only 3 paving companies in the Upper Valley that do this kind of work. I really don't actually have a good solution for when we just don't have a breadth of contractors and a way to get to the front of the line in terms of their priority. It's a sticky situation, and it's something that I don't have a good answer for. I'm sorry. I wish I did.
Yeah, I'm just going to follow up on that first, but when we talk about paving contracts in the paving budget, I really hate to think about taking money away from the paving budget, because at some point things are going to lift. And if we can be, getting into this paving contractor to get a large chunk of paving done in the town of Hartford, it'd be nice to have those funds available to pay for that. So it'd be a shame to take away those funds from that fund in order to do that. So when I read down through here, this list of encumbrances, I'm encouraged when I see something like repairs and maintenance on equipment for $11.73. I'm very encouraged by that, because that tells me that we're taking care of our equipment. So that's a good thing for me. But I'm also a little bit discouraged when I go up top and I read recruitment or training of $125,000, 280 and 86 cents. To me, that says we're not doing enough to encourage people to come to the town of Hartford to work. And if that means we have to hire a company to go out there and do some recruitment for us, that would be something that would be a wise choice of that use of that money, I believe, because anything we can do to gain assets for the town of Hartford for employment, we're better off doing, and we've got the funds to do that. So that's something that we really need to consider, using that money and going out there and getting the talent that we need for the town of Hartford. So that's on that. On the other things, I did have a question as far as like, what do I see down here?
May I speak to his 2 points that
Oh,
he just made?
please.
So as far as repairs and maintenance goes, and maybe some of these others that are in here, they could be invoices that came in at the end of June or came in after, came in after the end of June that have already been paid.
Yep.
So it very well could be that we're actually down to, we could be down to 1.9 million now because we've already received all the invoices. And then as far as recruitment and training, just to speak to that, there is quite a few contracts that have been delayed for different reasons. We did
okay.
take the opportunity, the town manager and I did take the opportunity to build in some money for the select board for training because that's been a point of discussion for a while. Is there a contract for that? No, it's not. But there's been a lot of questions and a lot of discussion that the board would like to take training. So there is funding available for the board to do so.
When I look at this, I'm sorry. When I look at this, I see like your office needs some assistance, and we need very qualified and talented individuals, and to be able to reach out and get those in the best way possible to get you the help that you need. That's the thing that I'm trying to think of using this money for. I'm sorry to
Right. So,
interrupt
and
you.
I appreciate that. And I just want to reassure all of you here, as well as everybody that's at home, each one of these categories we've gone through and we've had lengthy discussions, and there is a purpose for them, and there is they will be executed unless something drastically happens. And if it doesn't happen, that money will roll back into the unassigned fund at the end of fiscal 23. If we don't have any movement on it, I can't tell you how many purchase orders I've closed out in July because the projects didn't happen. Or something changed, the need changed, or whatever it may be. And so that money ends up getting rolled back in. So just because it's on here, I want to make sure that you realize that there is a use for it. But I also have to remind you that this is a summary of these items that the town manager oversees the individual items that go along with it. But as the finance director, we had the discussions, and there is a purpose for them. And the recruitment and training is huge across the town, Lanny, and I agree with that there is. And so we're working on different avenues. I think that there's been a lot of discussions about us having to think outside the box as a town, trying to recruit new individuals and also to retain the ones that we have. So
that's where you have the benefit that we don't, is that what's in the pipeline, and we don't. So I look at that number and say $125,000, and I say, geez, we got to spend that money on getting some qualified help. But what's in the pipeline, and I don't. So I appreciate your input on that.
yeah, absolutely. And you as the board also see when contracts are awarded, they come in front of you, you approve those contracts, and you'll know that they're coming out of these line items. You also approve the AP manifest every 2 weeks. So you also know where those funds are being spent there as well. So those are just 2 other avenues to take into consideration to maybe hopefully give you a different outlook on it.
I'm sure that these encumbrances fall under much more than just one budgetary category, though.
Absolutely.
So, yes,
it covers
so-
the entire town in the general fund.
Right. So there's no way for us to know as far as like where the largest amount of say, building heat's going to, or the gas, whether it's in diesel, whether it's going to public works. I'm sure it's public works, but whether it's going to roads or parks and rec, there's no way to do that unless you split it down into the fine hairs of the actual budget numbers. So
Correct. And
there again, you have a benefit that we don't.
Yeah,
So,
correct. We want to
yeah.
keep you up on the balcony level and make sure that you're not on the daily in the weeds that that go along with it. I do have the breakdown for every single penny.
And that's
in
where
here.
our trust in you has to be, that you're keeping an individual line on, the eye on individual line items and the individual budgets to know if there's, exceptional spending on, say, travel and meeting for any particular department. So.
Absolutely. And every 2 weeks we do the AP manifest. I look at it, the town manager looks at it, and I can guarantee you that any department head that's here at the town will let you know that they've heard from me multiple times if I have questions about their spending.
I appreciate.
As well as the town manager has heard from me, a couple of years ago, the board heard from me because of some spending that they did. So
I appreciate you're doing a,
And
track of this.
actually kudos to Gale staff, because we hear from Gale staff when they see things that we need to know about. So Gale staff has no qualms about coming into my office and saying, I see something and I think you need to look at it.
Thank you very much.
No questions, comments?
Ready for a motion?
Thank you, Gail.
Oh, wait, there's a hand up. Yeah. Go ahead, Marcy.
Thanks again, Marcy Bartlett Wilder. Forgive me if I'm not following protocol. Help me to do that. The encumbrances component of this, does that speak to what will be discussed further in the meeting with funding from ARPA?
No,
Okay, thank you.
Or I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move that the select board approve the 2022 encumbrance request for items, services, projects, and products previously approved in operating budgets.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ally, questions or discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I,
Any opposed? So we have 6 in favor. 6 of 6. No opposed. Right, great.
Yes, Mike absent.
Thank you very much. So that will bring us to the pre-audit preliminary closing numbers.
So that would be me again. So each of you received your board packet, and I know the last time I gave the presentation, there was a little bit of discussion that it maybe takes a little bit long. So I didn't receive any questions in advance regarding what I presented. So if you don't have questions, there are a few things I just would like to talk about specifically. And then if that prompts any other questions, otherwise we could probably have a very short presentation here.
One question, just about the ARPA.
Yep, I'm going to get to that.
Okay, never mind.
Perfect. So as you can see in the presentation that I provided, we ended fiscal year 22 fairly healthy, which we were very happy about. Again, these are pre-audit numbers. I don't see them changing significantly. However, I am human, and our audit firm begins next week for their 3-week visit of going through our financials. So we're on track to have your audit to you before Thanksgiving, which is something I've taken a lot of pride in making sure that we have it. And as long as nothing drastically changes, we will be in good shape. Also talking about the general fund, the estimate where we're ending fiscal year 22 is 2.6 million in the unassigned fund, which is a number that I feel is important for you to take into consideration as we move into the budget cycle. Again, it is an estimate, but I've been fairly accurate within a material amount doing it. So just to keep that in mind. And the 2.6 million is after the million that we've already committed to the 23 budget. It also is after the 2.6 million that you just approved for the encumbrance. 2.6, right? Yes.
What was it at the end of June 21?
I believe it was 3 million and some change. I don't believe that it was 3.1, but it was 3 million and some change. Did somebody else have their hand up, or I'm just seeing things? Okay. So then talking about the local option tax, and again, I leave this on here because this is also really important when you're making decisions as you're going through the budget process. At the end of 6/30/22, we had 435,000 and some change in there. Out of that 435, we still have the committed simulcast lease balance that we had to pay. The voter approved
How much for these? The simulcast?
is 25,125.30.
25 point what now?
$25,125.30.
Okay.
It's on page 3 or 4 of the general fund presentation. Has a page of its own. It also has the 119,700 for the voter approved to go to the cemeteries, and also the 200,000 for the voter approved for the ambulance purchase. Should we not receive one more penny in local option tax dollars, we would have a balance of 90,000 and some change. So I'm just reassuring you that that's what we have for a minimum balance, but it does cover all of the items that we as a town have committed to.
Questions?
No, I'm good. I just waving the mark.
So then talking about the ARPA funds, Kim, you had a question about that. The numbers that are on my page, excuse me, at the end of 6/30/22, we had the 1.4 million. And then in August of this year, so last month, we received additional funding, another 500,000. So it brought us up to the 1.9 million.
Oh, I think I was thinking, I was looking at 9, 10, 22. I was thinking it was 22 and not 21.
Oh,
I apologize.
no, that's fine. I just trying to put in the installments in there as they were coming in. So as of 8/31, we do have the 1.9 million. The other question that you asked is, have we spent any other ARPA funds? I'm not aware of it. I haven't processed anything. I do know that there was a request made by the board to contribute funds to the senior Bugbee Center, but those funds they have not been expended. I've not seen any paperwork on them. And as you know, there's a lengthy purchasing policy that everybody needs to follow to spend, especially that amount of money.
Totally. I think I was just trying to rationalize where that other 500,000 came from, thinking that was 22.
Nope, last year's first 2 installments that we got.
Gotcha. My apologies. Thanks.
No worries at all. And I think the last thing that I wanted to touch on was the delinquent taxes, because that's always something that we like to talk about. And my goal for my goal as the finance director, when we finish a fiscal year, is I always like to see it less than $1 million. And at the end of fiscal year 22, it was at 878,000 and some change. Compared to last year, 2021, we were at 936,000. And then in 2020, we were at 832,000. So that's encouraging, given the economy is trying to rebound back. We do continue in my office and been promoting other offices as well to let all of our residents, whether they are property owners or they're renters, there are multiple state programs that are available to help them with their property taxes, and or if they're renters with their water and sewer and other utilities. And we've had quite a few residents that we've been working with, and the different state programs to help them with that. I think that's pretty much.
Question on the delinquent taxes, if I may. So of the individuals or property owners that have the delinquent taxes, do you have an idea of what we have for payment plans set up with these people, as far as what the percentage is?
That would be a question for
I wouldn't have a percentage. We do take payment plans unless you have been delinquent on a payment plan in the past. We were prepared to do a tax sale this summer. However, that state program, one of which Gail just described, we were required to stop all tax sale processes if somebody had applied to the VFHA program. So a lot of people did. That's great. The state is now processing those applications as fast as they can. Until those are cleared, we will not continue to the process of having a tax sale. I do know we have some single family homes on there. We have some mobile homes and we have some more difficult parcels where people have died or they just don't get back to us. So this is probably looking to be like a 2-year project for Lana and I. The first year, we're going to take care of the less complicated properties and get back on the swing of things. And then the second year, we're going to take care of the more complicated properties, but we're always willing to take a payment plan. We also did have a number of people, we sent out letters letting people know earlier in the summer before that program started that we were starting a tax sale, but they should come in and pay their back due taxes. And we did have a good handful of people that took advantage of that program. I have to admit, I rely on Lana to really manage the spreadsheet on that one.
Can I assume that Hartford Diner property is on those?
That's on the
Difficult to
second
manage.
portion of the difficult.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah. So we gotta, so we're gonna try to capture that low hanging fruit and those people that maybe were waiting for that letter from
It'd be
us.
extremely nice if we could have some sort of discernment about that property.
I would like that as well. It's a tough nut to crack.
I completely understand.
Does anybody have any questions at all about the year-end financials? Okay, so just a couple wrap-up things and then I will get out of your hair. I know that as we start working on the budget process, the town manager and I left out a piece last week when we were talking about the CIP. We did receive word that the health insurance is going up 21%. So just to let you know, it's going to be a huge impact on the budget. We wanted to mention it last week, but we forgot with everything else going on. So just keep that in mind as you're starting to see the budgets come in for review. That is a pretty big hefty number that's there. And we're also still working, the town manager is working with each one of the department heads to get you the answers on the CIP that we talked about last week. So we have been meeting, I think we've done 5 or 6 meetings so far this week.
I think we did 4 yesterday and 3 today.
So meeting with the department heads and going through each line item and talking about what they need and have things changed, et cetera. So
It's a concern about the health insurance. We just need to start a morning calisthenics program for our employees. I'm sure department heads wouldn't mind that at all, would they?
so I think that's pretty much all that I have. And again, the auditors will be here for the next 3 weeks. So you as board members may be reached out to ask questions, just to let you know, so you're available. And if you don't have any other questions for me, I'm going to.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gail.
Good.
All right,
Good
thanks,
job.
Gail.
Very much.
All right, thank you.
Very informative, as always.
I'm gonna grab your little cards. I'm a bad admin. Let's you all know who you're talking to. Quiet version. Come on up, Dan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a tough act to follow, guys, okay? I'm just telling you that right now, so.
I'm gonna let you do something else.
Welcome. When you're ready, go ahead. So this will be the DPW HVAC control mechanical upgrades.
So I think I'd like to start by saying, I know Gail's a tough act to follow, but I can attest that I'm in here in part because I heard from Gail in the finance department. So just to give everybody a backstory, the DPW, Parks and Rec, and we here at Town Hall have been working to get our heating systems up and running for the last 9 months. We're getting an operating system here at Town Hall. DPW got one at Queechee and
Queechee water, Queechee wastewater.
wastewater. So, and we all kind of operate in silos. So we did not know until recently that we had all had the same vendor. And that from the 10,000 foot view, it could look like we were trying to skirt the purchasing policy over several months, but we just weren't aware with what everybody else was doing. So I just want to be honest with everybody that that's what happened. It was pointed out to me last week by finance. And I just wanted to come forth and say, you know, with the HVAC contracts, you don't know exactly how much you're gonna pay until you can get the work done, so on and so forth. And that's what happened there. And then the wastewater plants, right now, their operating system is down. Actually, Jeremy, do you want to?
Yeah, so we need to replace the J system, which is the main brain and controls the heating system. So we can figure out what's failed in the entire heating system. And that's kind of what brought me with Dana tonight, is the White River wastewater plant has, I think it was about 2010, 2011, the heating system was upgraded. And it has been a problem child ever since. So this unit has needed to be replaced for a while now, but in the middle of winter, we'd get Roy's Refrigeration or somebody to come in and just make certain rooms get heat. So this is for the Alliance contract. This is to help us diagnose the entire heating system at the White River wastewater plant and get that up and running like it should be.
When we got that contract for approximately just over 11,000, we had talked about going with Alliance because they're the only shop in town that we've identified that provides both this IT level stuff and the mechanical servicing. And we don't want to keep jumping back and forth and being the middleman between a mechanic shop and an IT company. And then once we looked at that, we were also looking at doing a preventative maintenance contract, which means that they come in, they clean up the systems twice a year, do any little minor maintenance on that. We looked at that for both the Queechee plant and the White River Junction plant. So in total, the J system was about 11,000 with the controls and the mechanical proactive maintenance program. I think the total came around 36,000. So we're coming tonight to ask you guys to waive the competitive bidding process because we want to get this done before winter, but also, again, Alliance is the only folks that we know of that can provide both services on the mechanical side and the IT side. This came to light when I was looking for DIT to be done here for our control system in Town Hall. I did that with Efficiency Vermont. They were actually the ones leading the show. They put out the RFP. We had 2 people respond to that RFP this past spring. One was IT only, who I believe I put in my memo, wanted, I don't know, around $1,000 to do the system. Alliance wanted 14 or something of that nature. Efficiency Vermont's paying for 12 of that. And then they can also provide us with the mechanical service as well. And they just talk in-house between their IT side and the mechanical side. It makes life a lot easier for us.
Yeah, refresh my memory if you can, Jeremy. You wouldn't be privy to this information, Dana, but we just sunk quite a bit of money into Queechee wastewater plant last year, I think it was, for the heating system.
That was all literally problem childs. So that kept popping up, and that's what Dana got us squared away with this summer. Excuse me, the spring. Alliance still has a little bit of finish up work to do there, but this preventative maintenance agreement that Dana's talking about for Queechee maintains what the work we had done.
So there's not a lot of actual work, physical work to do on the plant in Queechee, is that correct?
Correct. We're not entirely sure because Alliance still has some finishing up to do on their punch list stuff, but for the most part, Queechee wastewater should be good to go now. With these preventative maintenance agreements, allows them to upkeep our system, so we're not in the same boat again.
In the back deep recesses of your mind, can you refresh me maybe of what we spent out there at Queechee?
I wouldn't dare to tell you right offhand. I could get you that
Can you
information.
get back to me with that?
Mhm.
I'd appreciate that
Absolutely.
information to know how much we did spend. I know we sunk a considerable amount of money on the spur of the moment at the
Mhm.
Queechee wastewater plant. So most of this we're looking at is going to go towards the White River plant to get that back in plant.
It's almost the same operations, the same, getting the control system replaced like they did in Queechee.
Mhm.
And a little bit of basic mechanical stuff.
Okay.
And the point of the preventive maintenance is so we don't have these spur of the moments. Here we are again.
No, I understand that. This is not. See, I don't want to phrase this. This even doesn't even address the concerns about the public works building. No.
No.
Yeah, so that's going to be another topic for another discussion. Okay, that's a scary one coming for us as well. Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Any other questions?
I'd like to make a motion. I make a motion that the select board waive the requirements for multiple bids, given that DPW and Town Hall, together with Efficiency Vermont, have identified Alliance Mechanical as a preferred vendor in the area for control systems, that they are the only vendor that has been identified as providing both control and mechanical services.
I second the motion.
Any questions or comments, further discussion?
Just one, I mentioned this in an email, but I'm completely on board with this. There's another request to waive the requirement for purchasing policy issues and tonight's agenda, and I feel like they're perfectly reasonable in the requests that we've gotten, but we do seem to be waiving requirements.
The problem here is the siloing that's happening in the town of Hartford.
Yeah, no,
The siloing is where we need to curtail, because if we had a better grasp of that amongst the whole town, we'd be farther ahead with this. So that's the issue that we need to address.
for sure.
So
And that's my only comment.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
I,
I,
Any opposed? I think so. So we have 6 in favor. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Coming
Thank you.
in.
Thank you.
you can stop sweating now, Jeremy.
They're actually freezing is what it is down there. They get really cold in the winter time. So thanks from the wastewater treatment plant, y'all.
Thank you. All right, so that will bring us to the Bugbee feasibility study.
You're up.
I told Mark he could sit next to me.
Mark, a lot of people don't know you, so please make sure you introduce yourself. Well, so
Take it away.
Take it away, Mark.
All right. Well, my name is Mark Bradley. I'm the executive director at White River Council on Aging. We are contracted by the town to operate Bugbee Senior Center, and I just wanted to start by saying, wow, thank you for your support with your recent allocation of ARPA funds. Bugbee Senior Center, despite being kind of a lean operation, is probably one of the leading senior centers in the southeast of Vermont, if not the state. This year, we're on track to deliver over 40,000 service units, and that's only the ones that we actually keep count of. It's a very, very busy place, and I think it's a really important part of making sure that Hartford is a place where you can age, have a very high quality life. And it's easily the most fun job that I've ever had. What I wanted to talk about in discussion with Tracy, we've been working, both of us sort of started fairly recently, and we've been looking at sort of what's been on the books for the center in terms of making sure the building lasts for another few decades. And the challenge that we've had is that there hasn't really been much of a plan. I do want to make sure I thank Len Brown and Kathy Avery before him for keeping the building in really, really good shape. I feel like we're at a point short of saying, I don't think we need a new senior center. But I do think that some work needs to be put into the building to make sure that it lasts for another, 5 decades. And in coming up with that plan, we talked about the use of ARPA funds to kind of get us started, and also acknowledge that just because there's a backlog of projects, of capital projects for the building, that it's gotten outside the scope of the town's reserve funds. And we started identifying different funding sources. And for example, the mechanical systems, one of the funding sources we could turn to is USDA rural development. But in order to go to USDA rural development, as we did to replace the roof a few years back, we need to have a feasibility report completed. And the idea was we would do the feasibility report, which would be comprehensive for the building and grounds, including mechanical systems, including accessibility, because the building was built before ADA, including even the parking lot, everything about the facility. And then to pick one of those projects to kick off some public support and to use for fundraising and to help access other grants and other programs that are meant for this type of thing. And so that made it into the motion from, I think it was August 23rd, about the doors. But there was a whole bunch of stuff that was lost in translation. I was very much caught off guard because we were, still coming up with this plan at the time. And we looked at the wording of the motion and it says the doors and the associated costs. And we thought, well, we're going to need to bring an architect in anyway. But because the feasibility study is comprehensive for the entire facility, I thought, well, why don't I actually come and first of all say hi to everyone, because not all of you have come to lunch yet. But also to talk about the plan, just to keep you informed, and also just to see if you had any insight or questions or comments, and to give us permission to do the feasibility study with the aim of getting, starting this path with the doors. And I think the $80,000 would be enough to do the feasibility study and the doors. I can't put an exact price tag on that because, we still haven't finished writing the RFP. But I have sort of put some feelers out and talked with a few people that have done this kind of thing before, and 80,000 should be enough. At least to get things started and to get the doors done. So with that, I wanted to say, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to have a plan for the building, and I think could really set us up, to be providing services for one or two generations of seniors to come. And we know that, as Hartford continues to age, the center is going to be more and more important in keeping people connected with civic life here. So thanks again, and just wanted to see if you had any questions or comments.
I don't have a question for you. I totally agree with what you're proposing, and I think it's absolutely great. I guess my question is a little bit directed toward us, because I was concerned after we had the vote. And I didn't say anything at the time because it takes me a while to think about some things. Okay. And it was about our process, because I felt like I wished you had been there. And I thought our process should have been, and this is, ARPA funds are new for us too. I thought our process should be, and it seems like, and I'm fairly new. I'm, with Rocket, we're the newest members. And so it seemed to me that when we had some budgeting, that people came and gave a report and had all this information. And I don't blame Rocket, but I was concerned that, the advocating that select boards make may cause, it caused me a little bit of concern for the ARPA funds specifically, because I was there at the block party and at Juneteenth to sit at a table and take ARPA suggestions. And I went, well, how are other people feeling about wanting ARPA funds? And granted, we've done these surveys and it's taken time. And now all of a sudden we have one select board member who's advocating for a specific amount of ARPA funds. And I've actually, I don't know if it's as a result of this or not, but I've actually had someone come to me now and talk to me about, advocating for some ARPA funds for something else. And so I don't know if we should have had a process in mind ahead of time to deal with ARPA funds, as we're doing, starting, it seems like tonight, even though we've been gathering information. And it's not against anything you've said, and we cannot be, we don't know all the information behind this. So that's why it's really great to have you come here and help us to make this. And of course, Rocket didn't have all that information. It was hard for him to do that. So, I just think we need to think about the process of how we're coming to decisions about ARPA funds, so that we don't have to, and I don't even know the process. Do we have to go back and say, what, do we renege on whatever motion we made and then start a new one? That's what I'm assuming we're going to do. But I just thought, oh, so, we have to kind of do this over again. And it just seems like we should have been better prepared or planning for this so that we could get all the information, all the eggs in our basket, everything, all the ducks lined up, whatever you want to say for cliche. But anyway, that was my thinking.
Yeah, well, it's new to me as well, and I do want to make sure I thank Rocket for prioritizing this. I think he sort of saw, you know, he came to visit and saw people trying to get in the door, and it's like, okay, let's get this done.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mary. I appreciate that perspective on that. I also pushed for these doors because I saw the need for them. And with all due respect to Len Brown, he was an old Yankee type that had the philosophy that I agree with, that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And you know, people have been getting inside those doors for a number of years. That doesn't mean they're getting inside them the right way and doing it the way they should be doing it. So I understand why he ran a pretty tight ship in terms of budget, and why he didn't come to us in the past in perhaps ways that he should have. That his very, very conservative approach towards the building. And now that we have a new director and a new philosophy towards the maintenance on that building and what needs to be done, I really appreciate Mark approaching the board in this aspect. And because it'd been deferred for so long about these doors, that's why I guess I was 100% on board with that. And I assumed that the 80,000 was going to be more than enough to cover it. And I wasn't concerned because we have such a great person like Gail to keep track of that expenditures for that. So I wasn't too terribly concerned about that aspect of it. But I'm on board with this. My biggest concern I have about this is, you have a background in grant writing, Mark?
A bit. I've never done a capital campaign before, but that's something that I've talked about. I've started talking about with our board at WRCOA that operates the center, and we've talked about bringing in a capital campaign consultant of sorts, but that would be on our books. And,
so when if we allocate this $80,000 to the to do what you want to do as far as energy audit and such, and it pays for the doors, and it pays for what you're doing for a feasibility study. Okay. What sort of, I know you don't have a crystal ball, and I don't think Tracy's got one underneath your desk today either, but what sort of percentage of odds would you say we have of getting a grant towards the use for this building? What are our odds? Ballpark figure.
You want to take it?
I mean, I don't know if Mark and Tracy in 2 years are going to regret saying this, but I think we have a really good shot. And why I think we have a really good shot, knowing that, you know, I wish I had a crystal ball. If I did, I'd be in an undisclosed location figuring out what's going on with the world. Bugbee is really an epicenter for the entire region. Yeah. Vermont is an elderly state. We know we need to take care of our seniors. Seniors, like kids, are easy to support. You know, everybody believes. I mean, I believe deeply that seniors deserve a safe, warm, easy to access senior center that provides meals and a place to connect with their friends and do programming and stay mentally and physically healthy. And I think that Mark and the rest of the team down there just has unequivocal support across the entire region. I think the letters of support for him for a USDA grant from everywhere from Thetford on down is just going to be phenomenal to watch. So I'm going to say, knock on wood, I think they have a pretty good shot. It's an easy to love project.
I see with the aging demographic we have, and let's face it, we're all getting older. Okay. And the perspective of somebody that's younger now that will be older using the senior center in the future is going to want these needs. It's going to be expected. The older generation has put up with it because that's the generation they grew up in. They've accepted it. And that's like Len did, is that, well, you know, if it works, don't, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Okay. And that's the different type of philosophy that we have to move forward with. We have to move forward with let's build it and they will come. And I'm sure if we build, if we put some money into the senior center and we improve it, we'll get a lot more uses of it. And our name will get out there a little bit more in the Upper Valley. So I'm very supportive of this. I'm gonna end up there another 20 years. I already ended up there more than I want with my father. So I think it's a great idea, and I'm willing to move forward with that. And I'd be happy to make a recommendation if we need to. So
We've got.
oh yeah.
I had a quick question. I'll wait.
Go ahead, Rocket.
This, I think, is going to be, hold on to your hats, everybody. I think this conversation is entirely speculative. And Mary Erdai, I would like to point out the fact that I did not advocate for these funds to be used from ARPA. I think the process by which ARPA funds would be approved and spent is clear. It is at the discretion of the select board. I am the only member of the select board that abstained from this. So Mary, if you had issues with it and concerns about the process, I would have encouraged you to also express that and at the very least abstain from your vote. But to be pointed the finger at to suggest that I was the progenitor of this $80,000 ARPA expenditure, which represents almost 3% of the ARPA funds that we're going to be receiving as a town, is patently false. And Lanny, I think at this point, look, I mean, obviously I was very, very supportive and remain supportive of the Bugbee Senior Center getting doors, as well as other improvements being made. But this is turning into a slippery slope where the doors was the original issue at hand. My personal preference would have been that we reallocated budget internally from current operating budget to cover the cost of the doors, which to my understanding would not have costed more than $10,000, let's say. I have a quote at $2,000 for the unit and then installation plus a couple doors. That number ballooned and we voted on $80,000, which was not a number I was comfortable with, which is specifically why I abstained. Now that $80,000 allocation being used as justification to now enter a feasibility study for the entirety of the building is really a very, very stark example of mission creep. I am not okay with this. I am not supportive of this insofar as the way that we've approved it. And this is the one thing that I will agree with Mary on, is that these are ARPA funds that we're talking about. And we as a board have committed to the town of Hartford as a whole, and I know that's coming up on the agenda, that we will be judicious in the way that we decide the way in which ARPA is spent. So for us to say, well, we've approved $80,000, which is vastly over the price of the doors themselves, as we've all heard and now discussed, and then to say, well, because we've approved that, let's move on to the next side, which is a feasibility study for the benefit of creating other grant opportunities, which are not defined, the probability of which has not been defined or gauged. The cost of the undertaking of that feasibility study has not been explored and not been presented. For me, is a completely inappropriate process for us to do this. I am personally in favor of starting from scratch. I do want to see handicap doors, and I do want to see those now, but I think we should start from scratch and say, what is the specific scope of those doors being expended? Can we do that from current operating budget? Can we preserve the sanctity of the ARPA process, which we have all committed to? And in that, consider the needs of the Bugbee Senior Center for undertaking this feasibility study, which I do agree is important. But the process by which this is happening is, frankly, it's not a clean process. And so I'm not supportive of it.
Thanks, Rocket. Mary, go ahead.
I just had a quick question for you, Mark. In the process of needing a feasibility study so that you can apply for the USDA rural development grants, the monies that we were talking about to do a feasibility study and for the handicap accessible main entrance, would that mean, because when we talked about this before, we were including all doors to be handicap accessible, would that mean that if you got grant monies, the other doors would go into a pool of what the feasibility study showed, what were priorities? Or would it automatically, go to the ADA compliant doors, like the bathrooms, which I think I remember I was asking, I didn't know there were 4 doors. I mean, I've been there before as well and enjoyed it, but I was just wondering will there be a priority based on the feasibility study about what the needs are?
Yeah, I can definitely answer those questions and offer some corrections to some of the stuff that Rocket had said. So we don't actually know the cost of redoing the main entrance to ADA compliance. The mechanisms that he's talking about that are $2,000, that does not actually do much of anything to improve accessibility. And it doesn't really help much if both the grounds and the interior of the building are also not accessible. It just turns into a chunk, I mean, there's probably 100 other projects we would do to achieve full ADA compliance. So the
Mark, there is nothing that requires us to be fully ADA compliant at this point, right? The request was made by seniors that and by staff. My understanding is that every time seniors need to come in that need assistance to the door, a staff member has to come around the desk and go to the front door to open it, right? The mechanical doors solve that issue by making that level of accessibility possible. Now, bringing the whole vestibule into compliance obviously would require a full, complete reconstruction of that vestibule. But that, to my understanding, was never part of the conversation.
Mr. Chairman, point of order, please.
Yeah, so Rocky, can you wait to be acknowledged first, and Mark has the floor, so let's let him finish and maybe he'll answer some of your questions.
Thank you, sir.
Apologies.
Yeah, so I just wanted to provide the context of where the feasibility report is. So because there are so many unknowns, the plan from the get-go was to come up with a plan, so really that's where it comes from. So I'm not qualified to speak to all of the other accessibility needs of the building. The only thing I can say for certain is that because the entranceway it was built so narrow, we would have to actually change the structure of the building to accommodate a fully accessible entrance. As far as whether or not anybody believes that the building should be ADA accessible or not, I will leave that up to you, whether or not you decide that that's important. I've lost track of your original question.
It was just whether then, once you did the feasibility study,
yes,
would other ADA compliance just go into the pool of, what are the priorities?
Right. So that's a great question. The way that I'd like to structure the RFP, and this is something I'm working with Tracy and Dana as the energy coordinator, because it also includes the 2015 energy audit and fitting that in. And also we'll be working with the representative from USDA on making sure that any feasibility report we can use to maximize fundraising potential. It would include a set of priorities, and one of those priorities, probably the first one, would be accessibility into the building, because that's right. Yeah, I think by and large, we've all identified that as a very high priority item for any capital projects or capital expenditures. And the idea is that because it's comprehensive, then there would be a set of phases that has different capital projects included with each phase. And as each phase becomes funded through different means, then we can actually contract the work and issue the RFPs needed to get the work done. Short of that, it's literally me and Tracy, who are not architects, trying to decide the best order of operations to do this. And I don't think that's a good use of public funds. I don't think it's an efficient use of public funds. I think it's a building. We need people that know buildings to help us with the plan. So.
Yeah, Mark, when I was there with my father last, there were a couple of gentlemen that were coming in to do some work on a building, or some estimation, I believe it was a study. Do you have any reports like that you could share with the board as far as what they came up with? I don't remember what they were there for, but remember there were a couple of guys there that you were out in your office taking a break, and
I would have to remember exactly which ones. I think Yeah, so I've been talking with different,
They're gonna walk the building. and
yeah,
give you
I've been
ideas.
talking with different contractors, different architects, just for myself to really get a sense of how the building works, how the contracting process works. As we all know, contracting has changed a lot. Things take much longer. There's a lot of coordinating involved. I am not a facilities manager. I'm a nonprofit director. So I've been inviting all kinds of people to come see. And so those people happen to be from a local
Do you have any-
architecture firm.
Do you have any
So-
conceptual drawings or plans? that you
No,
could share?
that would be one of the deliverables in the RFP for the feasibility report. We have nothing. We have no plan. The drawings that we have are actually original to the building, and I'm not even sure if they were builder's drawings or if they were the architect's designs or what. So
My question is, if we, I have a process question, I'm gonna ask the chairman, but if we do this $80,000, yes, I would love to see the building be able to have accessibility for walkers if they want to come in, put a handicap button there. But the bathrooms are still something also, and if that's, I don't know how much more extra you would look at getting the bathrooms, or if the bathroom location would have to be, that's why I'm asking about if there's other plans, if the bathroom location would have to be changed. So that we could look at, I mean, the bathrooms in the main entrance are the biggest need for handicapped accessibility. And if that $80,000 would get you the entrance, the bathrooms, and a feasibility study, that would be ideal in my opinion. And I'm not sure if that would do that, but I really I'm leery about just making a motion to do installation of ADA accessible entrance. I would really want to see the ability to gain entrance to the bathrooms for someone that's wheelchair bound.
yeah, well, truth be told, Lanny, I think you raised the same question that Tracy and I have gone back and forth. I mean, it's hard to really tell what to do first and what to prioritize until we have somebody who really understands ADA and understands what accessibility is to come in and help us with that. And what I mean, and again, I'm happy to accept whatever procedure the select board wants to use to allocate ARPA. I mean, this is a high priority for us, but at the same time, it is the town's building. So
ADA aside, though, it'd be nice if somebody could just push a button and wheel their wheelchair in or wheel their walker in, and then have the door closed behind them and then push a button and come out. I mean, regardless of whether it meets ADA compliance, just the ability to have the door held for them is a huge asset, in my opinion.
I would agree. I would just say that if we're going to spend money, we should probably do it right.
No disagreement.
Like we're happy as employees at Bugbee Senior Center to donate our time going to get the door for people to save, and I feel like let's do it the way it should be done.
I just wonder if the mechanisms themselves, if we were to install them in a bathroom door, could be repurposed if they were to be relocated, whether those mechanisms could still be used again. Because once you have a handicapped accessible door, the mechanism is still a fairly fine working mechanism. I don't see why they can't just relocate that whole frame of the handicapped accessible door to a different doorway. So that would be my suggestion, to look at that. But with that being said, I'm happy to make a motion.
Rocket has his hand up again.
Okay, Rocket, let's have this be the final comment and keep it quick and short so we can move on because we're ready to do a motion.
Sure. I think that we just need a little more clarity as a select board on what specifically we are voting on to authorize, because it feels like there's a few things. My understanding is that we were voting specifically to make the doors accessible through power mechanism, right? To solve this issue of staff having to come out and assist, which is why the $80,000 came out of scope. If the question is about ADA compliance, then it sounds like Mark and the Bugbee Senior Center should figure out what an RFP for a feasibility study would be. And I would gladly review that and be generally supportive of that happening, because I think that is important, that needs to happen. If what Lanny's talking about of making the interior doors ADA compliant, which is not something that I've ever heard a citizen or someone from the Bugbee Center come in and say, then that's something we should also consider. But these are all, it's all so messy. And I think that it is very unclear to me what this $80,000 is really going for. So us just loosening the parameters of what it could be used for, to me, seems like a very backwards process. I'm not particularly comfortable with that. I think that we should, as a select board, redecide what it is we want to vote to support and what it is that we want to hold off on as we make broader considerations for ARPA.
Thank you, Rocky. I'll just point you back to the letter that Mark wrote. There is that paragraph that that's proposing the edit. So that's what we're looking at for this evening. And the other stuff I think will come out of the feasibility study if this is approved as to what needs to happen in what order, so that answering Lanny's questions and other questions that other people have, the ADA accessibility of other portions of the building. I think this is.
Dan, are you referring to this indented section of the proposed edit motion?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so that's, I think I'm referring to that as well, but Mark said that he's not sure what a feasibility study would cost. So if that's the case, then I don't see why it would be responsible for us to allocate or permit $80,000 when it may cost $120,000 or it may cost $10,000. But we don't know, and short of not knowing, I think it's best to, my opinion is it's best to ask Mark to go back, figure out what that would cost, and then for us to be able to consider real numbers.
Mr. Chairman.
I think right now we know that it's $80,000 to cap. So if we can get the feasibility study done and the doors, and it will not exceed that amount. If it is more than that, then I'm sure Mark will come back and let us know that. But I think this is the first step moving forward to make this happen.
I just think that, with all due respect, I think that as we hold this standard for all our department heads to come through with very specific numbers, and even the whole debate about COLA, for example, each step up that we looked at was $50,000 to $70,000 for salaries, depending on just matching to inflation. So I think given that pattern that we have of being quite responsible and stringent with our budgeting, that this would be sort of out of step with that. But thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Rocket.
Yeah, with all due respect, Rocket, anything like this would have to go through an RFP structure. And that's where we get this nailed down a little bit better. And also, as I've said in the past, we've got a great finance director that will keep a very sharp eye on this to make sure the funds are being spent correctly. So with that said, I just have a process question, Mr. Chairman. The motion that I made before on this, will that now be rescinded by this motion? It's
my understanding that original motion that you made, I don't know if rescind is the correct word, but will be edited to reflect this sort of updated version of that.
Okay, thank you, sir. And then in that case, I would make a motion that the select board, I don't know, do I want to read it just as it states it? That the select board allows the $80,000 allocation to Bugbee Senior Center from ARPA to complete a feasibility study for the building and grounds, in addition to the installation of an ADA accessible entrance to the main lobby.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Mary, any further discussion or comments?
Which is that I think that this is not a responsible way for us to be using the ARPA funds. As Mary brought up at the beginning of the chat, this $80,000 represents about 3%, just shy of 3% of the total ARPA funds we're going to receive. If that seems negligible to you, put that in perspective of the fact that only 5% of Hartford is ethnic minority. So if we care about small percentages, we should care about small percentages. And if we care about ARPA and the process that we've committed to the community, I do not think this is the right way to go. It is not that I am not supportive of the Bugbee Senior Center. I am. I do believe they clearly, I have visited, I've spent many hours, not many hours, but I've spent several hours there. And I think that it is very important that we serve our seniors, but I do not think that this process is dignifying the other process, which is the one that we've committed to with ARPA and the public.
Okay, thank you, Robbie. Any other questions or comments? All right, hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
So we have 5 in favor and 1 opposed. All right, thank you, Mark.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mark.
And that will bring us to the Vermont Community Foundation's Equitable and Inclusive Committees Grant Program.
Kim, do you want me to kind of talk about it, or do you want to talk about it? You have a little bit more of a working knowledge than I do, but I could probably wing it if you want to.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman. take a break real quick, like.
Do we all?
Do-
We can take a
Well,
break.
we're gonna do a break at 8, but
I gotta.
Okay.
Hey,
We're gonna take a break at 8.
yeah, I guess, yeah.
Okay. I should run out there too.
So whoever, go
Okay.
ahead, yeah.
So I'm happy to go ahead. I mean, basically, this is, I think the main purpose for this item on the agenda is to ask for the select board to sign a letter of support to the, in support of the Vermont Community Foundation's grant application that the town manager is going to submit. Sorry, I didn't prepare for this at all. I
thought you were gonna do it. You thought I was gonna do it. So the Vermont Community Foundation offers a grant program for equitable, inclusive communities. Many thanks to Kim who hunted this down, and the folks at H. Corey who worked on our application in a time where I did not have capacity to do so. It's a $10,000 grant that will allow us to do some work around our diversity, equity, and inclusion goals, and where we've wanted to spend this money is on the Abundant Sons different programs that they offer. I think this is their EPIC program that it has. It's not okay. So it's the EPIC program was too much, which is why we tabled this one. So they have a variety of other opportunities, not just for the select board, but for staff as well. And I think that this is a great opportunity for us to get kind of moving on some of these things. And going for grants is a great thing, because if we get $10,000, that means that we have some money that isn't ours that we can spend on stuff we want to do and save our money for another thing we want to do when it comes to training. But really, we need the letter of support, which is attached in your packet, just stating that the select board is that we have our strategic plan and that, you know, we're all trying to get back on the ball with that, and our ultimate goal, and that we need some help. These letters of support are fairly standard to hear from that. And as always, they like to hear that the electeds are in favor and supportive of this work.
I think just that, so we formatted the responses to the application questions to the Abundant Sons Roundtable equity and inclusion workshops that we haven't formally decided on. I think there is some flexibility if we get the funding and we decide on a different program, or if we basically, like, I think we should apply for the funding. I think that this is the best option for this. I do think there are other programming. We do have funding in the select board budget for ongoing training. So whether we receive this funding or not, we can start to get things on the books, look at our schedules, probably post budget season, but ideally we could get a couple sessions in before the next town meeting cycle. And so this is just basically, we've been wanting to submit this application for a long time, see if we get this funding and then put it to use for diversity and equity training, primarily for select board. There may be opportunity for department leadership as well. And I think it would be worth considering if the select board would want to consider inviting the Hartford School Board to also join for a session or two, depending on the content that we go with. So, so I think this item is just asking for us to sign this letter of support for the grant application.
I just have, and I think this, you know, my question is probably putting the cart before the horse, because I support the grant. I just don't understand, and I'm looking at this and I read this before. I don't know how it says the town will identify a diagnostics tool that can be administered to all town employees and elected officials on a yearly basis to continuously assess Hartford's progress. I don't know how you assess progress in this area.
I mean, I'm happy to take this. In a lot of cases, these tools do a baseline survey. I'm gonna wing some questions just off of my past experience. Do you feel safe at work? Do you feel like your workplace, you know, honors your heritage or your cultural identity? Do you have, for many communities that people of different religions, do we accommodate your religious needs? Things like that. So we do a baseline, we see where we ended up there, and then we'll do that in 6 months, same questions, 9 months, same questions, a year, same questions. And by doing that, we might see those gaps. We might say, wow, we have a staff member who is Jewish, and we put things on Rosh Hashanah. We have a staff member that's Muslim, and we always hold meetings during their prayer time. We have a staff member that has an accent, or, you know, has a English as a second language need. We have LGBT staff members that have things going on in their lives, and they're not being, being supported by their workplace. Those action items, we can say, we want to get better here. And then we do those same questions at a predetermined time. And we say, do people feel better about these things? So it's another tool just to kind of gauge it's usually you see them red through green, right? We're just seeing the different gauges of where people are leaning with those sorts of things.
Yeah, the other question is just a matter of, do you offer this over and over again as staff or employees or elected officials change over time? Because that's, obviously an issue in training.
My perspective on that I would propose to the board is that we do a few of these sessions, and I do think it would be worthwhile. And again, because time has elapsed so drastically, and we are in budget season now, like, we're going to do what we can. And I will recommend that we engage with a couple of different organizations and doing a couple different sessions, and that there's maybe some consensus on the board that this cycle of trainings could be recommendations from future boards that they can opt to do or not based on their own preferences, but that it could lay a groundwork, a foundation for a cycle of just professional development going forward. Specifically,
But it wouldn't be the same program.
I mean, obviously, no. I mean, I think, as we kind of debrief after certain sessions, we can kind of come to the conclusion that was really meaningful, and that was super, that was really well done. And these are some takeaways. Also, this is where things could be improved, and or, we would highly recommend this to future boards in this kind of progress. So I think we're trying to develop that now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I definitely understand the desire and the need for DEI training. But I think that we as a board are coming off of something that we need to look at a little more in depth on. I think that's some trust building activities and some effective communication for small boards and committees. I think we need to have some basic level training stuff before we can get really in depth of DEI, and not to say that DEI is not important, but that trust building and that effective communication for small boards and committees, I think, is super important. That would benefit both us, and I would say bring the chairman of any other committee on board as well within the town of Hartford, to have that effective communication tool. So I'm going to push back a little bit and say that although I do support DEI training, I really, really think that we need to have more core bedrock stuff to do as well.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, Laney. And I think, what's exciting about this grant opportunity is that, as Kim mentioned, there's still money allocated in addition to this, right? And of course, we don't want to make any assumptions that we'll get a grant, but there is at least money already allocated towards select board training. And so, if we got both this grant to kind of dive more into this, and then also some of that select board training funds that's already allocated could be used to dig into what you're suggesting about more effective communication, that's something to consider. And I also think, I can't speak for the whole board. I can only speak for myself, but I know the Abundance Sun workshop that we participated in recently, while that wasn't necessarily explicitly around, communication, the facilitators, it described why, when we're talking about dignity and respect in the workplace, exploring bias, how that's related to communication and essential to communication. So, and I actually noticed, because I think we did that training, if I'm remembering, we did that training, and then we had other like business that we were doing later that night, and the tenor of our conversation, I noticed, really shifted after we had that session with Abundant Sun. I think we were really listening to each other a lot more. And yes, while we weren't necessarily explicitly digging into like communication tools in that workshop, I think we learned a lot about each other. And so I would say that I think any of these kinds of workshops can support us in doing exactly, what you rightfully say is something that I think we all can work on as a board for sure.
Yeah, and same, it's, and especially in the trust building, I think when we are, particularly when we can have an opportunity to talk as human beings in a private session and be vulnerable, I think it's a really important opportunity for us to have an opportunity to build the trust among each other too. And then that in turn kind of will, exemplify in our dialogues and our communications with the rest of the community as well. So I think we can research some more, and I can go over, maybe if you ever want to have a session offline, I can go through like all the organizations I looked at specifically when we were talking about the original communications session that we needed to do. I mean, honestly, I know we have a lot of meetings. I am always going to be a proponent of doing more workshops and doing more trainings as a board. Like, I think it's really healthy. And as far as I'm concerned, as much as you guys want to do it, I'll be happy to help facilitate that happen.
I know that somebody like Gabrielle Luke,
Yeah.
who has an excellent HR background, who's worked for Dartmouth College, that has a great deal of both DEI and communication training skills available. She would be an excellent person that we perhaps could tap into to come in and
I
do
reached
some
out to,
training.
Gabrielle is on my list of people that I reached out to in my list, so I can.
Yes, she would be an excellent one. That I personally would love to have her come in and do some small group training for us. So.
Yeah.
Thank you
Mr.
all
Chair.
for listening to me. I appreciate that.
Sure, yeah. I'm prepared to make a motion. So, Mr. Chair, I move that the select board sign the letter of support for the Vermont Community Foundation Equitable and Inclusive Communities Grant Program.
Is there a second?
Second.
And Kim, any further questions or comments? All right, hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so it's unanimous, 6. Thank you. So we'll take a short break. It is 10 of, so we'll meet back here at 8 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're back at about 8:01 and we will continue on with the agenda. So up next is the ARPA funding.
Yeah, and we turn the fan speed down on the air, so at least it's blowing a little bit less. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to go in terms of temperature. All right, guys, so we are tonight we are going to talk a little bit more about the ARPA funding. Your background remains the same as it's been for a while. We are going to receive a total of $2.856 million. Once again, reminding you, funds must be obligated by December 31st, 2024 and spent by December 31st, 2026. In this case, obligation means that we have placed an order for property or services and entered into contracts or similar transitions. So we actually have to have paperwork to back up that term obligation. And the interim final rule had very specific allowable activities, but at this point, the final rule has been changed. It's much broader. So restrictions now only include deposits into pension funds, debt service payments, so that includes our bonds, or replenishment of financial reserves, payments of settlements or judgments, and projects that conflict with the terms and provisions of the uniform guidance. So basically, they don't want you to save it for a rainy day or pay for a judgment or a settlement that may have been the wrongdoing of the municipality. They want you to spend it on stuff or things or projects. So where we're at in terms of discussion, tonight's goal is for the board to provide guidance on what major areas Hartford staff should focus on for funding proposals. I thought we did a really great job on the budget guidance in terms of you all staying with that kind of broader strategic direction, and then staff can go in and provide a more detailed proposal over the fall. I could see this working as you saying, we'd like to generally allocate X amount of dollars to the topic of why, and the staff can come back and say X amount of dollars in the topic of why. Here was where we would advocate that we spend this money, and we can continue to have that conversation. So we could see that drilling down into a broader topic, but also allow staff the leeway to use their more detailed and individual knowledge to propose to you what that would get you in terms of bang for your buck. We did a community survey and 264 people responded to the survey. They were mostly residents, though some people also indicated if they worked or owned a business in Hartford. So those are our other community stakeholders. And we gave you all some of the demographic information that you collected. Mary, we were just talking about kind of those baselines. This is interesting to me. It's our first time doing it. We're also getting people used to letting us know these sorts of things so we can say, did we really capture the youth segment? Did we maybe not do a good job getting out to West Hartford? And how do we get out to West Hartford? So those are kind of the questions that allows me and other staff members to say, oh, gee, we should think about these sort of things a little bit more. So this was more information gathering for all of us and just curiosity and seeing where we need to go on that. So as you can see on page 3 of your memo, the top 10 ideas, I want to back up and talk a little bit about coding. People gave you lots of words, but I thematically coded them so that way we could look down. Now, if you say that you want X amount of dollars to this topic, we're definitely going to dig into where people identify those more detailed things. And some people didn't provide more detail. They just said sidewalks. But you can see that our top 10 sidewalks, bike paths, infrastructure, which would indicate roads and or wastewater sewer lines. Roads, they didn't mention water or sewer lines. Bugbee Senior Center, the seniors definitely got out and let their voices be heard for you all. Affordable housing, climate action items, Gate Street between the terraces, retention bonuses, and tax relief. So again, these are kind of high level. We brought these back up to a theme. As we have this discussion tonight, we can drill down staff into what the raw data was around those. Those are anything that had at least 5 people at least 5 hits. So 5 different mentions of that by 5 different respondents. So there were a bunch of little stuff that was 4 or less. We didn't put that in here. So what I did was I also attached to you some of the suggestions from the outreach events over the summer. And then I've gotten a couple of emails regarding infrastructure, the traffic light at Route 4 and Prospect Street. And you all just got an email from Marcy Bartlett about water and wastewater infrastructure. In the community outreach section, as you'll see, some of them are not under the purchasing authority of the town, like school buses. But we can see some emerging themes as well for infrastructure, affordable housing, and climate action. We can kind of see those themes already emerging in terms of what people want. Over the summer, we sat down with all the department leaders and we took up an exercise of using the ARPA money. So we sat down with $2.8 million and we started playing around with everyone's lists of what they would do with that money. It was really passionate at times, but they, along with me, came up with a list of 17 items. That's a balance of short and long-term projects and equipment purchases. And we attached that to you as well.
That's the list on page. What on page?
That is,
It's right after the page 6 of that.
it's page 6 of that item, or the entirety of your PDF. It's PDF page 38 is going to be the staff list.
Okay, thank you. If that's over, I'll make sure.
Which continues after the library memo is in the middle.
Great. That's why I was a little confused. I want to make sure that I was.
Oops.
I think there was a mistake in the order. That's okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. I get your note now, Kim, where you said the library memo is in the middle of the ARPA thing. And I thought, I'm not sure. Oh, there it is.
It'd be nice to title these so we knew what they were. Just a small point of error reference. The page isn't really titled.
Oh, the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Constructive criticism, sorry.
No, I'm going to be honest. My parents were here and I was in here for about an hour and a half on Friday morning to try to get the board packet together in the midst of my family. And so not always a totally focused board packet for me. So what I would love to do with all of you tonight, I know Mike is absent, but just to possibly narrow down some of these broader topics that you all would like to focus that. And that way the staff can go back. Again, we're in the middle of budget. So we're going to stack this with our other tasks and say, okay, if the board says that they want to spend $1 million on climate action, what would be, Dana's priorities on $1 million in climate action? Or if the board wants to advocate for $500,000 towards affordable housing, what would Lori, how would Lori manage that money as part of her work plan in terms of planning and development? And that would come back to us.
Oh, Lanny, go ahead.
Yeah, Tracy, maybe I'm expecting too much, and if I am, please say so. But you had asked us to supply our top 5 on the others categories as far as what we'd like for ideas, and I haven't submitted mine yet. And the reason I haven't is that I'm lacking for information on some of these. As far as because I find them on the other paperwork as well. So I'm kind of questioning when we're talking about, like we just talked about, the Bugbee Senior Center. Okay, and that's a top priority for me, but I see energy use improvements, and that would be talked about within this plan that Mark just spoke about. And then I have, questions about the roads, and there again, it's a DPW question. So it's really hard to put my priorities down when I know that we're going to get more information on that stuff later on. And I found that very difficult for me.
Yeah, that is hard because we're working with this pool of money that we're never going to see again, and we've never seen quite like this. Honestly, this was my promise to you all to bring this back. If we want to get through budget a little bit farther and start talking about ARPA in line with that, as the department heads come forth and say, here's where we think these all lie in terms of our CIP workshop, that's a path forward as well, that we can all have that conversation tonight.
My biggest goal of ARPA, what I thought would be deferred maintenance is the first thing that I would want to have for ARPA funding. And some of these capital improvement things that we just haven't been able to find the money for in the past. So that's why I say that and again, I may be asking too much. It'd be nice to know more about the particulars of what's on this other sheet and how it's included with this stuff, because we've got a whole big sheet here on sidewalks and that's a priority for the people in the town of Hartford as well. And it'd be interesting to know where that lies in relationship, to what's in the works for sidewalks, as far as the public works goes, and, farther down the line. So, I mean, obviously, it's a priority for residents, so it's something we need to make a priority.
Yeah, and I think, I can unequivocally say that if somebody asked me what your top priority is, I would say deferred maintenance on infrastructure.
Yeah.
And so what that might look like as we have this conversation is I say, the board voted and they would really like to allocate a portion of ARPA onto roads, water lines, and wastewater lines. And they would like you to go from the most high priority or the biggest risk of failure out. And they'd like to see what $1 million gets them. And then as we come back through to the budget season, you might see things fall off that capital improvement plan, or that item comes forward and says, we heard this is a priority for you. We would like to actually put this in the ARPA pile, not the CIP bond pile, not the operating pile. So that's actually really helpful feedback. So I can go back and say, hey, I heard that for them, like, these are really their kind of top 3 areas that they would like us to explore further on what they could get for their money. And for you, it's definitely infrastructure and wastewater. So I could see us saying, here are the 3 oldest water mains in town, or these are the 3 biggest deferred maintenance projects in town. And we'd like to use ARPA for that. And that is a total of blank amount of money. And, here's kind of your complete package right now.
I'll sign up for that.
So, I mean, I'm hearing from you, infrastructure. I'm going to write down, Lanny, roads, water, and wastewater lines is that's kind of your top priority.
Fix what's broken.
So, that's what I'm kind of wanting to hear is, where is the tide in terms of, because if you look at that, even the top 10 list of residents response, we can't do strong work on all 10 of those things. If we took the 2.8 and we divided it for the top 10 things residents gave us, that's not enough money to do a lot with a lot of those different things. So we need to narrow that down a little bit to say, here's where we want to go forward for the next round of narrowing this down. We're at Miss America and we're on the top 20 or whatever they do it there.
I believe that one alone.
I want to narrow down the pool. I want to have less people on the
Since the first moment I heard about ARPA as an funding opportunity, I have been wanting to target the transfer station. So I think, which is also definitely deferred maintenance.
That's on my list.
Yeah, and so that is, well, not in that top 10 list. It is on the staff recommendation list, and I would love to see a significant amount. One thing that I was just realizing, I sent an email earlier today about to Joe Turner and Chief Cooney and Acting Chief Connie Kelly about this department transportation grant opportunity that there's, I mean, I'm sure everyone's looking at grant opportunities all the time, but this one came in today and is the deadline for application is November 18th, but they're specifically targeting things like the drones that the assessor's office and public safety departments are looking for, that 200,000. So, I mean, I don't know if there's any realistic possibility in the world that grant could get submitted by November 18th, but it looks like a good candidate for funding exactly the aerial photography for emergency response and property assessment. So
can I interrupt you a second, Kim, and ask you a question on the landfill?
Yeah.
If you don't mind, transfer station, I'm sorry, use the correct terminology here. So one thing that we as a board need to get our heads wrapped around is whether we're talking about the transfer station in terms of potential closing, or if we're gonna keep it open and make it a viable solution. So I don't know if we've even come to a formal decision as a town or as a board, what our plan is for the transfer station. Are we gonna dump money into it and words there and use it for its usefulness as a transfer station, or are we going to just put money towards the closing of the transfer station in terms of, and go somewhere else? So it's been looming, and it's loomed over boards for years. But I think before we can really look at using ARPA funds for that, we got to figure out which direction we're going. And I'm not sure if you have a direction you'd like to head with that, but I think it's really important that we do that, because we don't want to make the wrong decision and put money towards, something that's not going to work out for us. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I mean, I think it is a broader discussion. I have been part of those discussions a number of times over the last 4 years. And as an individual member, I do think leaning toward closure and remediation of the site, there's still room for another 500 kilowatts of solar there, I believe, because the discussion, I think, was that there was, I'm not sure if I've got the right terminology, but that there was room for 1 megawatt or whatever, anyway, there was room for 1 mega something, and there was only 500,000 put there. And that it be remediated, and that we are able to provide the residents with the hazardous, with the statutory requirements. So, I mean, this is, I guess we need another presentation or another study or what, I mean, these things have been done. There are solid waste reports that have been provided to previous boards that are probably outdated now at this point. But it's kind of the thing with like Fairview Terrace and Gate Street. It's like, if we don't make a decision as a board to move in a direction, then we're gonna just keep paying tens of thousands of dollars to have a study done and do.
Totally agree.
So, I mean, so from the historical information that I have been provided as an individual, I'm kind of in the camp of, let's make the most efficient use of that space, have it up to, whatever the compliance requirements are for the state, and then whatever the best use of that property is, use it for that, with the understanding that it's contaminated. And
I don't disagree with you, and that's why we have to consider that discussion when the DPW director comes and presents to us on that fund, is that directing funds in a direction of how we want to head, not, whether we want to direct funds in an operating expenses, or we want to operate direct funds in a closures aspect. And I'm not sure if we decide on closure, what sort of time frame we could actually accomplish that goal. And what side of what the services are that we still have to provide to the residents of town Hartford in the meantime on that. So, because we still need to provide those services in some fashion for recycling and for hazardous waste, and for by law, we have to have a place for yard waste, I believe it is, so, and compost. So those things need to have that big discussion that needs to be actually drilled down to.
yeah, I mean, in past presentations, and we can try to dig up the previous reports and previous presentations, certainly, which are probably outdated. But my impression was that whatever required services needed for statutory requirements, we could do, even if the facility was itself like closed as a.
Oh, I understand, but that's, operating funds for that. To accomplish that, have to be operating funds to operate those services that we're gonna have to provide.
True.
So
Yeah,
we're
but
gonna
I mean,
have
as
to-
it
yeah,
is, the
so-
town already, the general fund already funds that solid waste by 250,000 anyway.
But my point is, sorry, Kim, maybe I'm not explaining that those funds we'll have to leave those funds within an operating aspect versus a closure aspect.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah,
where I
no,
guess I'm
totally, yeah.
getting. Okay,
I think I understand now.
okay.
There are some things there, I think, sorry, that you know, cleaning up this pile or this part of that area needs to happen whether we leave the facility open or closed. So I think there's some things that will move that forward. And we don't have to have a final decision if we're open or closed, but we know that that needs to be addressed because the state keeps telling us every 3 months you need to do something with this. So.
Yeah.
I was just gonna ask if Tracy, if this is something potentially that our interim director of public works, because I think the last time maybe the board got an update was maybe before Hannah left. I'm trying of this specific topic. And so if there's an opportunity to, as part of the budget conversations, or just have kind of an understanding of maybe what his recommendations might be, and then also kind of like what we're looking at with these two options in terms of, I know it's probably impossible to predict again how much things will cost, but just kind of like to get that update, and then also as we're factoring it into ARPA and budget.
You know, where I could see this going is we have another ARPA meeting, ARPA focus, maybe to pull it out of the operating expense, because these are going to be bigger things. These are not kind of the day-to-day operating expenses where we say, here are your two options. You can close it down except for to legally required things, and we can pull a chain across the driveway and we'll deal with reimagining it later. Or here's a full reimagining of what the solid waste transfer station could be. I'm going to always advocate, we're the middleman right now between people taking their trash to our facility and us taking it to Lebanon. That's never going to be profitable. It is our best bet in terms of long-term stability for the town to reimagine that location as something else, while also providing the minimum required services that we have to. And I'm not familiar with exactly what those are. But you know, if that's something that you all want to hear about, I'm definitely an advocate for it. I feel like if we can solve the solid waste transfer station, we've made a huge accomplishment for the town that may not be something big and bright and fluffy, but it's definitely weighing on everybody, and it's weighed on everybody for quite some time. I would love to be able to give staff direction of the board. That's one of their priorities for the 2.8, and they would like to hear from you what this looks like and what you could need to take either the whole path forward or two major steps towards it and a path forward for the future. Because I think that is something that is weighing heavily on all of us, and it's weighed heavily on boards and town managers in this town for decades. What do we do with it?
And just another, I mean, so that's my definite number one priority. And I do think, just to skip back a moment to what Lanny was suggesting, and Tracy, I think, connected with it, was that and this, I think we were sort of thinking, we had put that survey out and we were getting some responses, and it seemed sort of scattered, and we said, oh, we'll have another open meeting to discuss. Like, I think the intention of this session was to still get more public input, or to have another opportunity for people to be in person and input. And there are certainly some people on the Zoom as well, but we're not getting as much of that as I think we could have had we publicized it more too. So there's that. I mean, this is all on us. But I do think it would be helpful if we have these general priorities, and then when the individual departments are presenting their budgets and we're looking at things and they say, okay, well, this is something that we could use ARPA fund for, but I think it's, as we go along, it's important for us to think about, like, yes, we want to use ARPA for that. Yes, we want to use it, like, but to kind of keep track on, if we're saying we want to use ARPA for that, we only have so much. And so not that it could be, so it's not first come, first serve, but it's really prioritizing it. And I want to suggest that I think I'm not as motivated as I am to see the Gate Street Fairview project move forward and really not to stall anymore, to get the engineering done, to proceed. I do think that really needs to be a bond thing and not necessarily ARPA money, because I think what I want to see is the town as a whole vote for that number of users. I think it's valuable. I will vote for it, but I think it's important to get the voter buy-in on that. And so I would I'm making that comment to say that's why I didn't choose that as a priority for ARPA funds, that like number of users is sort of a more of a priority for me.
I'd love to hear from Dan and Mary and Rocket and Ally as well.
I had some of the same thing. I put for those general funds exactly what Lanny said and exactly what Kim said. So again, I'm kind of in that space where what's ARPA and what's general funds? You know, where are we gonna go with this? So those are two of mine. And I also, as I look at some of these things and I think about, you know, we've gotten a lot of information from people about water mains breaking and everything. Can we say that some of this is also climate action? So, I mean, to me, because there were a lot of people at some of these places who said, let's go through, we've got to just go forward with the climate action plan. So, and I'm thinking, you know, yeah, because, you know, more water, less water, whatever's going to happen is all going to affect the infrastructure of the town. So, you know, like I said, I agree with both Lanny and with Kim. Those, you know, those would be my priorities, but I also put them under the general fund, you know, with things that I felt were important to the town.
Rocket does have his hand up too.
A little Rocket, a little bit Alan.
Go ahead, Rocket.
Yeah, I generally agree with Kim and Lanny as well. I'd love to see infrastructure prioritized as well. But I do, Kim, I do agree with what you're saying about Fairview Terrace. About it seems to me like it's probably best executed as a bond project. That said, we do have money allocated in this year's operating budget to do an engineering study. So I would love to see that done so that at least we have a better idea, because it may just be that 8th Street Fairview Terrace would exceed the sum of the ARPA anyway.
It will.
But one point of pain for me going through this conversation is just this vote about Bugbee Senior Center, which is that it's not 2.8 million anymore, it's 2.7, because we've just allocated 80,000 away, and without giving anybody else who has priorities who want it seen ARPA money spent on that the same sort of opportunity, I guess, as we've just given to Bugbee, which was kind of with a cap, but really carte blanche with no parameters and no expectations. So that I would encourage the select board to revisit that vote, because you know, when we talk about not making this a first come first serve process, I mean, that's kind of what we just did. And with Bugbee. So that's, I don't know, I'm having a tough time sort of reconciling myself emotionally with that.
Thanks, Rocket. We're gonna comment to that, or
Not necessarily to that. I do have another thought, but I'll wait till others have.
Sally, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be brief. I'm in terms of the specifics, I might not have a lot of guidance in this moment, but you know, of course, anything related to affordable housing, and then also, yeah, just to piggyback off of if there are and yes, as Mary, to your point, some of these infrastructure projects are probably working to serve our goals for the climate action plan. But if there are, I don't know, our environmental sustainability coordinator might be able to advise us on if there are big ticket items that, you know, that we otherwise maybe couldn't get an ARPA as an opportunity for that. To kind of, you know, jumpstart us and move us forward with the climate action plan and our goals there. I'd be super supportive of that. In addition to different maintenance and infrastructure and the things already talked about.
Can I ask a question, Ally?
Yeah.
When you put your parties out there and you look at the parties of the citizenry that responded to the survey, do you think they line up?
I mean, I think they do. I mean, we have affordable housing and climate action seem to be the top within the top 10 of survey responses. And then I also, you know, I did some of the tabling and that kind of surveying with Mary and heard those things coming up as well in those conversations, and have heard them come up in other places. So I think so.
Okay, so I guess my comment might be on that our phrases, think about this. It's probably not going to be the politically correct way to phrase it, but I'm going to say it anyways. So the individuals that come to events that surveys have been taken at, do you think that those individuals are geared in the same mindset that you are versus in terms of the items you mentioned for like the climate action and affordable housing? Or do you think that those people are more or less on a conservative side and more concerned with the infrastructure and sidewalks or such that I am? Because that's where I think a survey that was sent out by the Survey Monkey, although taking input from people at events is important, I think that you reach a lot broader group of people when you send it out in terms of a Survey Monkey, because people that attend events that you were approachable at are geared towards those type of events and those type of actionable items. You understand my point?
I mean,
shaking her head, so.
to an extent, I mean, we could dig into that a little bit more because I do have some questions, but maybe it's another conversation. But I'm also looking at, with and Tracy has organized it for us in the memo, those items also being top items that were in our survey, the survey that went out as well. So I'm not just talking about, I'm thinking of a holistic picture of conversations with community members happening in a lot of different places, as well as what's represented in the survey that did go out. And sure, we had some questions around the survey. Did it reach everybody? We know that maybe there were some flaws there, as there typically are, but not just referencing events that I was at and talked to people.
You're not going to find you're not going to find the 65 to 75-year-old group, which was the highest represented group. I think
I talked to actually that was a lot of the folks I did talk to at those events, to be honest. So I guess I don't necessarily agree, but I can listen to your point.
I don't know, Mary, you seem to understand
I
it.
understand what you're saying, but I also of the two events that I was at, 5 of the top 10 were in that category. So I think that regardless of who responded, there seems to be a general interest in infrastructure, sidewalks, bike paths, climate action, all of those things. And it was very interesting to me in getting, it wasn't just young people at some of these things. It was a broad variety of people.
What I find really interesting about this survey is that shelter for unhoused hit so low on this list. I find that very interesting because there's a lot of interest in homeless population in down Hartford, but yet it was number 18 on the list. And I'm just curious what others might feel in relation to that. I mean, Ally, that's something that's dear and dear to your heart. So I'm just curious, is there any, I guess, correlation between what we've seen versus that response from people? And based on that, how much of a priority do we want to put, if at all, for ARPA funding towards homelessness in the Upper Valley?
You could, if you want to respond to that, because I also.
I'll wait a second. You can respond.
Well, I mean, in my, again, it's individual perspective, but I think that I want to see ARPA funds benefit a lot of users. I don't think the town of Hartford at this stage in the game, I'm not saying it could never happen, but should be in the business of building shelters, not to say that we couldn't financially support service agencies or not.
You and I agree on that. Thank you.
Who are or providing land or property. I mean, I think that isn't beyond the scope, but I don't see the use of ARPA funds going for when it's like sheltering unhoused, like to physically, there's certainly like funds that could be used for services and programs and things, but I don't think the town of Hartford right now is gonna be building a
Homeless
kind of
shelter.
shelter.
I find that I really agree with you on this, and I strangely enough, yes, I agree with you, but I think that the funds need to be focused on the reasons for homelessness, such as the substance abuse, the mental illness, the job seeking aspect. That's where I think some funds need to be focused towards. So
Segues excellently, and Rocket does have his hand up still. Segues to the requests from H4A members to use ARPA funds to pay for consultants for the RFP for community safety review. And that is also way up on my list because I think it does, I think that particular product of a community safety review will help us support unhoused community members who have fears around community members who are struggling or those kind of things. And so I think also that is up near the top of my list.
that is already funded though, isn't it?
Can I do a weird pitch though for something that I think Lanny might not know about, but I hear you speaking about it and it's just kind of resonating with me, which is Vermont Works for Women and the Trailblazers program, which specifically works with women to prepare them for jobs and constructions in the trade. And you know, having a viable job goes a long way in kind of being able to afford housing. So, you know, those sort of programs are a place where if that's something that you all want to do, we could find those programs to say, these are some places where we think we could help in our community, in our specific community with, you know, the root causes of having unstable shelter.
Without a doubt, I would support that 100%.
So
Because
that's
I
just
think
my
that's-
pitch. It's
The
a really
trades
cool
are very,
What does it cost?
very.
There's some money.
Oh,
I actually got the
Look,
email.
Mary is also a fan of Vermont Works for Women. I didn't know that Mary was a fan for Vermont Works for Women. But she is,
I think it's
so-
excellent. I'd love to see more women in the trades.
Let's go back to Al. She's having-
I'm sorry, I just,
Sorry.
you got me excited about something, Tracy. I think it's great.
Well, yeah, I love that idea, Tracy, and supportive of, and I think that's actually, you know, I said affordable housing, which is broad. I see that shelter for the unhoused is maybe sort of, you know, lower down on this particular list. Again, not that this list is representative of everybody's ideas, but, you know, the idea that affordable housing, like projects that are getting to the root cause as part of that broader issue. And so if it is also, you know, we can't talk about affordable housing if we're not talking about jobs and wages, right? Like, so if we're actually thinking about this in a of what other issues intersect with affordable housing, I'm absolutely supportive of that. So that is why I put it forward as a priority.
Okay, so I guess for me, I think as most people have said, I think addressing the transfer station is important, and I don't necessarily know if that means making a final decision of opening or closing, but I think we can address some of the issues there. If we get the whole sort of project done one way or another, that's great. I think sidewalks are important and infrastructure. I really think that water/sewer lines are very important for many reasons. We've seen other parts of the country where you know, towns are just really suffering by not having clean and safe water in certain communities. It seems to be, you know, the affluent communities have the safer water. So we want to make sure that all the people in our town have equal access to safe water and sewer. And again, if we're, you know, having these water main breaks and we're losing 400,000 gallons or whatever it was of water, that's not very environmentally responsible. So I think that is something that we should look at for sure. I like the idea of anywhere I think that we can put some money to get some matching funds or grants, I think is important. So sidewalks and bike paths, I think that would be important too, and that's pretty high on the list. So those are sort of my priorities.
So I want to follow up on a couple things. One is, so I want to make sure that my request for community safety review consultant funding is noted.
Let me check where that is.
Okay, because basically I think we have like $15,000 or $16,000 that was the other half of the funding for the peer support advocate that we were going to apply to it. But my guess is that when the RFP actually is posted, if we get submissions, I think they're gonna be closer to 30 to 40,000.
Okay.
Um,
weren't we also, I remember like 50,000, maybe we were aiming high. That I think that was maybe the HQuery recommendation, and
Yeah.
we can get specific if we get further clarification, but that it could cost up to
Yeah.
50,000.
and there was, I think it was a formal request. I don't know if it was
I
from
think so.
HQuery. So there's that, but one thing I just wanna point out is that the staff recommendations, none of them include sidewalks or roads, and I want to, like, going back, I have done a draft of my prioritizing the CIP projects. And one of the things I was kind of trying to get my head around, and I don't know that we can get this all right, but like if we take the CIP sheet just for sidewalks, and you add that all up, it's 1.13 million. And if we add the matching amounts for those other projects on the in progress, where the Route 5 bike lane sidewalk ones, the matching grants on those were 315,500. So basically, like in our CIP right now, the total for sidewalk projects that are even imaginable on the books. I shouldn't say imaginable, because I don't know that they included Bridge Street Bridge, but in any case, that was 1.4 million, 1.446, 500,000. So 1.4 million for sidewalks that we have as a CIP, like total for sidewalks right now. And what we were proposing to have in the reserve account for, I don't have those pages in front of me right now, but basically when we were talking about, like, when it said that highway line, and Gail said, oh, there's $1 million in that. And we're like, what's that for? And so she recommended bringing it down to 775,000. So what was already existing in that reserve account, the existing balance plus the 775,000, if we were to fund it in fiscal year 24, brings it to 1.5 million, which is enough to cover all those sidewalk projects. And then
Wait. When you say all sidewalk projects,
I know
Repair?
this is conceptual. This is conceptual,
Okay.
but my point is that when looking at things like this, that I think what we're funding in the operating budget is not getting done as much. So what I'm not inclined to do is to continue funding paving and sidewalks in the operating budget and do them as we can, as there's resources, materials, and contractors to do the work. But not to take ARPA money and put it toward sidewalks and roads, because we might not be able to get, like, how do we prioritize to put that money before all of the money that's already encumbered for paving and sidewalks from 2022 and 21? Does that
Makes sense.
Does that make sense to you? Like, I'm saying we have a bunch of money set aside for sidewalk and road projects that I'd love to see happen, and I hope they do happen. But that's what taxpayers expect to pay taxes for. That's one of the things they expect to pay the taxes for. And so I think we have resources there. I mean, I also think another thing that's not on these recommendations, but we've been kind of tossing around for a couple of years, is this: when we think about infrastructure and water, safe water and water mains and wastewater, is that mapping project. Like, I was sort of throwing that out, that we might add that to the CIP list for a desirable project that we want to do. And I feel like this is the kind of thing that, like, I have no idea how much that costs, or how and when, who can do it and how it gets done. But it is a goal that I have been just kind of kicking out there for the last couple of years. And it's always been well received. Like, the Public Works has always said, yeah, we really need that. But it's like, I think one of those things that's super huge and big. And so I would like to either get it on the CIP list or put it in an ARPA potential thing. I mean, I don't know.
I'm just writing down all your
I know,
ideas
so
and
thank you for
thinking
doing this.
about
I'm not taking-
kind of how we can possibly help narrow this field down, or provide you some guidance in terms of what we could obligate by the deadline, what we could expend by the deadline. And if there are outside constraints, like being down to 3 paving companies in the entire Upper Valley and people
Yeah.
aren't calling us back. If we can't spend it, we lose it. So where can we also find the clearest path forward to actually get things on the books and fulfill our requirements so we don't end up getting this clawed back because our contractor sat on our contract
Yeah.
for 2 years.
And so I guess that's part of my process in prioritizing is saying, why wouldn't I want this on my priority list? So that's me sort of deprioritizing specifically only for ARPA funding, sidewalks and roads or paving. Yeah, and that I think if I may be mistaken, but I think maybe it's possible that the rationale I'm using for why I wouldn't put it toward sidewalks and paving is maybe the same rationale that staff is, but like we have these big line items in the operating budget for these things.
When I don't disagree with you, but I want to throw a caveat in there as well. The same contractors that you would do for paving are not the same contractors that you're doing for concrete work. And there's a number of concrete companies out there that do sidewalks, and we have a tremendous amount of failed sidewalks in the town of Hartford that could be utilized for funding for that. That even if we took, and I don't disagree with you, if we took paving out of it, do the deferred maintenance on side, it's just right over here. I mean, we got a bridge that sidewalks are in completely disrepair.
And that
And,
is,
you know, that's,
I think that is on the, do you have your CIP? Is it on the sidewalk? I mean, we don't have to get down in the weeds on that, but I guess my point was just saying that like, I think we can fund sidewalks and roads through the operating budgets.
that's not
And
fair.
if and when we can get the work done.
I just want to see some of the deferred stuff, you know, instead of, and the other things,
But I mean, that's what's already in reserve accounts. We're already in unencumbered, you know, the stuff we just encumbered.
I don't, it's not on the sidewalk list, so it's
Yeah.
gotta be maybe in the enterprise reserves.
And I think this is the next level of conversation, right? Is kind of like, where do you all, you know, where can we show you where this can go towards? And if we say, you know, these are the things that we're trying to take care of on an operating budget process, or we think this is better sitting in a bond, but we think that these are the things that we can obligate and spend on that touch on infrastructure, affordable housing, climate action, then that allows you all to drill down to that next level with us. We're kind of, we're pre-drilling the hole to bring you along with us in terms of this is what we can get you. And this is where we think we can go, because we do have, again, this strange obligation of obligated by 2024, spent by 2026. So, you know, it makes me cautious about some of these major projects where I don't know if we could do that work in that time frame, or if we're going to get stuck with the same outside constraints that we're dealing with now. Because every community got this money, right? Every community, including the state. So everybody's
can't
playing
put
the
it in
same
reserve.
game. We cannot put the ARPA money in reserve. We can put general fund money in reserve and fund general fund items out of the ARPA fund. But that's a whole different ball of wax. If you guys want to go down that might be another day where we're not trending towards 9 o'clock to talk about that. If that's a path that you want to move forward, then we can provide a package of this is what we would do to move funds out of we would use general fund tax revenue and put that into the reserves and fund the operating budget out of ARPA. Does that make sense? We're kind of playing the shell game.
What about paying out some of our debt with our
No debt.
bonds?
Can't do that.
No, not with ARPA,
Oh,
with taxes.
we could also do that, but I think that our bonds have pretty good interest rates now, but you know, that is an option as well.
You get rid of a couple of bonds, but that'd be huge relief for taxpayer wallets. You know,
But then so then I guess instead of I mean, right now, like the bond payments are coming out of just
Operating.
Yeah.
So then it's the same thing. It's like either you put like right now, we're talking about putting $775,000 in reserve for sidewalks, roads, blah, blah, blah. And so if we say, okay, we're gonna take $775,000 of ARPA money and spend it on sidewalks instead. We can't put it in that reserve account.
Right.
So we take that 775, it basically would be the same thing. So
Yes,
I
it's a
think
shell
if we
game.
decide we want to go that path, which I'm not necessarily inclined to, I'd need some more information. And I'd kind of be interested to hear what the finance director thought about that, but from I feel like that this is an opportunity. These are funds that were not anticipated that I feel like we can use for things that we just couldn't muster to ask the taxpayers to pay for in the past, like the transfer station or, yeah. Okay.
That to me is the deferred maintenance. Chip,
What?
that to me is the deferred maintenance.
So, I'm sure this gives you plenty to work with, Tracy. So I'm wondering if the next step forward would be that we let you hash that over with staff a little bit. We can think some more if we have anything we want to add for the next time something comes up as we, get up tomorrow and go, oh my God, I can't believe we didn't mention this. And come back to you, but at least that will give you some things, and it's probably obviously way too long of a list. So we probably need to have some staff feedback on how we can narrow that list a little bit. Does that make sense to sort of, I feel like we've had a good discussion about this and sort of move forward from that. You come back to us once you get staff input.
I think that that's a great way to end this conversation. I mean, I'm on the second page now of just kind of hashing through what all of this could look like. And I am going to ask the staff, is this something we can obligate by 2024 and spend by 2026? So that's going to definitely be a check, yes, no box. Do we think that's a feasible thing? And if we could piecemeal some of these bigger projects out to say, we're going to spend it for this chunk of the solid waste transfer facility, because we know we can get that done in 2 years, rather than saying we're going to reimagine it and turn it into some sort of new thing. So we also might say, this is where we could take 2 giant leaps forward and still meet our obligations to the federal government.
I do think we can, just like, I think there are some other good recommendations from staff that we haven't really touched on, like it might be the time to use it for max field paving or something like, so I feel like we haven't thoroughly vetted, or I
agree.
I
I feel there's still time to add and change, but I think this gives us a good, starting point to have the staff say, oh, we can't possibly do that. There's no one working in that department. There's no one in that field, whatever. Take that off the list, or yes, we can definitely do that. And it's going to cost this amount. So we can sort of narrow things down in terms of projects and cost and what we have left in the account, if you will. And then add some of these other things as we continue on.
Did you get a response from Rocket as far as what is?
I have not been able to check my email as much because I've been in back-to-back meetings most of the last 2 days. So I'm a little behind on my emails.
Just curious in this roundtable though. Did he?
Oh,
I did chime in.
Okay.
Kind of, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
After you said.
Anything to add, Rocket?
No, I'm comfortable. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rocket. Okay, so we'll move on from that, and I think we'll go to commission reports. So which end do you want to start at?
I think I'm going. Hartford revolving loan fund committee met on, let me just get to my notes here. They met on September 7th. There were general updates about existing and potential revolving loan recipients and their statuses. They discussed some possible efforts to support downtown businesses of White River Junction impacted by the August 15th water incident. They're doing ongoing marketing efforts to bring awareness to the revolving loan fund opportunities, which any Hartford businesses that are interested, there's really good opportunities for very low interest rate loans. Planning Commission met on Monday and they approved one lot line adjustment, and there was extensive discussion around the proposed development at Prospect Street and Maple Street for mixed income housing project that was approved unanimously with some minor adjustments. And a third application, the Haven St. Paul's was continued to October 17th.
Right. Parks and Recreation met on September 8th. Initial discussion centered around the successes of the pools opening. There were some questions that Scott brought about why pool memberships were not as high as daily passes. He surmised that since the pool was not open as early this summer, that memberships would increase next summer. He may do an analysis next year. Overall, total daily and membership admissions were about 3,666 visits. Fall athletic programs out. It looks really cool. From pre-K to sixth graders totaling 292. And Parks and Rec will have some tours for board members to see at firsthand the work that has been done in our parks, with an agenda to see Clifford Park, Hurricane Hill, then Maxfield, and maybe more depending on the availability of light that evening, which is October 13th, meeting at 5 p.m., gathering at the town hall. And finally, an evaluation plan to determine the wants and needs of the community, and Parks and Rec will be on the agenda in November. And I did attend the Hartford Conservation Commission discussion, i.e. showing us firsthand the upcoming logging process with Forester AJ Olensby. That was on the 14th. They'll host another one on this Wednesday, tomorrow, particularly benefiting woodlot management for property owners. And it will also be at the Hurricane Forest, same place, same time. What time is it? It's at 5 o'clock. Ally, thanks very much.
Yes, so Hartford Community and Racial Equity and Inclusion, as folks saw in their packets and we discussed tonight, the committee helped to draft the application for the Vermont Community Foundation grant to get that completed. So big thanks to H. Corey for working on that. Tuck School of Business, the committee was going to pitch for a student project, the public information officer, and kind of building out that role in a communications plan. And they, I think related to maybe COVID caution, didn't host an in-person pitch session, but we actually just, Kim and I just found out from H. Corey's chair that Tuck has accepted the pitch. So that's very exciting. So we'll have more updates on how that can progress. And of course, partnering with Tracy and staff to get that rolling, which is exciting. And thank you again, H. Corey, for that work. And the board has seen this in their email, but the committee sent items for the board to consider during this next budget cycle, including event support for Juneteenth, community safety review, continuing support, public information officer, a policy consultant, and then ongoing DEI training for select board and town staff. And I realize, I know this committee hasn't been formed yet, but just also want to remind folks that the applications are being accepted for the Hartford Committee on Housing and Homelessness. They'll be accepted through, I think, to somewhere around early October. So if you're interested in that committee, you can submit an application.
Thanks, Ally. Andy?
Yes, thank you. So the zoning board met and they approved a conditional use permit for a garage down at Latham Witch Lane. And I don't know if we can, is it all right to give names and addresses? Is that acceptable in this format? I mean, it's all public information.
I mean,
I don't know. I've never asked that question, but it is in the agenda.
All right, so yeah, application 1322 was approved by Eric and Jennifer Monroe for a under Hartford flood hazard mitigation. Hartford flood hazard regulations, construction of a garage. They had a application by Quechee Lakes to put a conditional use for floodplain to extend their bathhouse. And then DW Prospect Street had a conditional use approved for their building. They're planning on Hartford's flood hazard area regulations under that. So, and then discussion there about the stormwater with that, and then they took care of some administrative stuff, and that was done. And then for the charter committee, we met and there was some discussion about reevaluating the town manager's section of the charter. There was some discussion about residency requirements on committees And there was some discussion about changing some of the language around committee membership there. And then we had a section dealing with cannabis discussion we're still discussing. And then FX presented a slideshow that we're planning on showing. Share the big one out there, cannabis. As you know, I attended the Cannabis Control Board's online discussion. And the problem that we as the town of Hartford are facing right now is the only avenue that the state has allowed for cannabis to generate local option tax with cannabis is to have a local option tax on sales. And we do not currently have a local option tax on sales. So there's discussion of possibility of implementing that within our next charter change as well. Yes. Kim.
Is that something that would go on the ballot, right?
Yes, it would have to go on the ballot.
Yeah.
Anything for the charter has to go on the ballot to be approved by.
Yeah. But would it be separated out or would it just be among, like, I feel like we did, when we did the rooms and meals local option tax, that
It was a separate item, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
What, I don't know how much we want to get into it tonight, but you want me to explain further?
It's up to you. I mean, keep it simple, but I mean,
Okay.
I think it's
That's
we
it.
have more details. It might.
There's going to be public presentations on this. There'll be public hearings. And in the public hearings, I've got the cannabis topic to talk about. I can open up a little bit more for public discussion and thoughts going forward. But there's also a section that FX has put in there explicitly for cannabis if the state legislature should ever change their minds and allow tax exclusively to be taken on cannabis sales, which I don't see that as an avenue that the state's willing to take. So, because they've already got an avenue there.
Yeah.
There is also a 14% excise tax that they're charging on cannabis, which is interesting. So they've already opened up for the towns what they're willing to allow the towns to do, and the towns have to comply with it. So the thought process is maybe there with enough push from towns that are going to opt in for cannabis sales, the state legislature may change their minds on it. But in the meantime, if we don't institute something on the local sales tax, we're left out of the great green wave.
Anyway, yeah, but good thoughts
Yeah.
too.
Well,
Thanks, Lenny.
I'll talk to anybody
Yeah.
about it offline. Yeah.
Rocket, do you have anything? I don't know why I'm looking at your
Yes.
computer. Rocket's in there.
Sister Cities committee met tonight, and there was a small hiccup, I guess, miscommunication with the partner town of Sinon. This is something I guess the committee is going to have to work out, but I do want to bring it to the board's attention because it may be escalated to all of us anyway. The understanding, I guess, Sinon hosts a ton of different events, and they put up lodging for a number of invitees. There was a miscommunication about the number of invitees that were people they were inviting from Hartford. And it was just discovered, I guess, in the last day or two that, and reported tonight to the committee, that they are only actually inviting 3 people. Now, the reason this is a problem is because it's a good reason. There's too much interest on the committee to go. So I volunteered to give my seat up. I have a lot of conflicts with school anyway, but there are high school students, 2 high school students that have been very committed to the committee, very passionate about going. To me, it makes the most sense that 2 of the 3 tickets would go to those high school students, and obviously they would need a chaperone. So there is a member of the committee who is both a member of the committee and a teacher at the high school. It makes sense to me that those are the 3 tickets, and if we get any more, that other members could go. But it's an ongoing conversation, and there has been some behind the scenes tense conversations that I just want to bring to the select board, that it may come our direction. So just to think about where you might intuitively sit on that if we need a weigh in at all. Besides that, that's really the primary occupying agenda item. They're going to be requesting a spot on our next meeting on October 4th to come discuss an expansion of the committee from 5 members to 7. So expect a proposal then. And then as far as HHPC Preservation Committee, that meets tomorrow.
Thanks, Rocket. With the expansion of that, I wonder from previous experiences if we need to check the charter and see if it says anything specifically in there on that committee if we can expand that or not. It might be good to have that information ahead of time before they show up, just so we know if we have that limitation. Let's see, tree board met tonight. I wasn't able to attend, and then the Energy Commission meets on Thursday, so I don't have any other updates other than that. And yes, that's it on commission reports. So we will go to the consent agenda. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Do you need it or you want it?
Oh, I have it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's the other RFPs. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda, including the exception to RFP process for cleaning contract for town buildings, the payroll ending September 17, 2022, minutes, meeting minutes of September 6th and September 13, 2022, and the AP manifests of 9/16 and 9/20, 2022.
Is there a second?
I second.
Questions, discussions, comments?
I do have a question.
Yes.
So when we meet next Tuesday in Lebanon as a quorum and are deciding, discussing town business that might relate to affordable housing, we have to warn that? It just
Let
occurred to
me, let me get some clarity on that one.
Okay.
I don't know. Let me get some clarity on that. We can always, you approve these. It's a little bit of a nicety. We can always warn it and approve it. You don't have to change your motion. How's
Okay,
that?
Right. And was there a second?
There was.
Oh, Mary, okay, good. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I,
Aye, okay. And can I make a friendly amendment point of clarity just for the sake of doing it, so we may not have to go back? Everyone says, Mr. Chair, I'm the vice chair, so I
Oh,
just want
yeah.
to make sure that anything that we did this evening, that we can,
You're
that
good
that's
to go.
okay.
Don't
That
you worry.
doesn't have to worry about having to revisit all those things down the road. So just to, is everyone okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So we won't have to fix that later, just in case, hopefully. And I guess that's it. So we'll,
Move to adjourn
okay, a second.
at 9:08.
Okay, and a second.
I'll
I'm sorry.
you take it, Mary.
Mary, okay, all in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Perfect, all right, thank you.